Good morning, delegates, and welcome. Mind you, we'll be starting in 15 minutes. Our next session, our first session of the day, will be starting in 15 minutes, our first session of the day. Thank you very much. Good morning, dear delegates. We'll be beginning our first session in 10 minutes. In 10 minutes will be our first session. We invite you to invite your colleagues to come and join us in the main room. 10 minutes is our countdown for our first session of the day. Good morning, dear delegates. We'll be starting off in less than 5 minutes our first session. We invite you to invite your colleagues to come and join us in the main room as we are beginning in 5 minutes. On that note, have an excellent, great morning. We'll be starting in 5. Good morning, dear delegates. Thank you for being with us. Before beginning, we'll try something, and this is behind your mask, and just in the intention, just have a smile on your face as we're starting off another wonderful day. It feels so good. Once again, information important. Translation is available. So don't forget to get those headphones available in English, en français, in Espanol, in Hu, Chung Wen. So, We are ready to begin with our first session of the day, entitled How to Foster Collaboration Between Youth, Business, Science, and Finance at the subnational and local level for implementation of GBF. Now, the importance of engaging a variety of voices cannot be overstated. This session will bring in just those voices in a conversation. This will hear from youth, from business, scientific, and research communities, so englobing everything, as well as the financial sector. We'll be getting ready now to head off for our next presentation. So we invite to come and join us at this moment the speakers as well as moderator, the Executive Director of Ecological Canada, Megan Meany. So please come and join us as we get ready on our end.
Thank you, Anthony. Rise and shine, everyone. Good morning and good afternoon and good evening. We're live streaming this all over the world and we're recording it. So who knows when people are going to be watching. You might remember when you were studying the program yesterday that it was organized around 3 verbs: engage, influence, and act. So this morning we're starting with an engage session. And you know, the way we're organized in this COP process is as subnational governments and cities, right? But there are a lot of other key actors in this process, and these are our strong allies. We need to engage with them. So that's why we designed this session the way it is this morning. I want to invite all the panelists up to the stage right now, and I'll talk while you're walking up just to set the context for this session a little bit. So our focus this morning is how to foster collaboration between youth, business, science, and finance at the subnational and local level for implementation of the Global Biodiversity Framework. Speakers, you can come and join me on the stage, please. My name's Megan Meany. I'm the Executive Director of Ecological Canada. I come to you from Toronto. This is the traditional territory of many diverse nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, the Wendat peoples, and it's now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. I invite you all to investigate the nations that have been stewards of the lands you're visiting while you're here in Canada. So it's widely recognized that the implementation and achievement of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework requires international collaboration and a multi-scale approach. Cooperation and collaboration between key actors, it's not only critical for developing integrated approaches and transformative actions for implementation, but it can help, attract donors and investors. In particular, collaboration between youth, business, science, and finance presents opportunities to address needs such as capacity building, resource mobilization, and knowledge management. These types of collaborations can be powerful tools to integrate biodiversity into other key areas like climate, food, agriculture, health, finance and investment, infrastructure, energy, in ways that helps to address other global goals and targets. So we're going to start off our panel this morning just to engage some of our panelists to understand how they are engaging with other key actors. And our first speaker is Rafael Andrighetto. He's a director with the Ministry of Sustainable Development and Tourism in Parana, Brazil. Now, which side of me did you end up on?
Hello. Hello. Good morning. Hi, everybody. Thanks, Regions 4 and Ecological for the invitation to be here and talk about how to foster collaboration between youth, business, science, and finance at subnational and local level for implementation of the GBF. Thanks to Carlos Massa Ratinho Jr., Governor of Parana, who works a lot to put Parana State how an example to sustainable development. So, Paraná State is located in the southern region of Brazil with a size of 199,000 square kilometers and a population of 11 million. Paraná is currently a signatory of the Declaration of Edinburgh and of the campaigns created by the United Nations to promote sustainable development and protection from global warming, racial zero, and racial resilience. We are the first place state in the country for 2 years in environment sustainability, according to the competitiveness ranking published by the Public Leadership Center. And on the other hand, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development pointed out Paraná as a world example in sustainable development. So, the focus that our event is taking action for biodiversity. And the question is how to foster. The only way to turn this possible is act, engage, and influence the citizens. How can we do this? We need more actions with citizens, but with more emphasis with indigenous people and traditional communities. They are those and practice the real bioeconomy and the green and blue economy. For example, in Paraná State, we have a project, Paraná Parks. We received last week the Brastoa Tourism Sustainable Award, which works with the traditional communities at the protected areas. We realize the public calls to management public use and tourism, and works to create more protected areas. Actually, Paraná has 2,500,000 hectares of protected areas. This project turned real a possibility, act, engage, and influence the citizens. It's not possible today a conservation without traditional or indigenous communities in these areas. Other example is about our principal sector economy, agriculture and livestock. We are the second place in Brazil in planting soy, the first place with fish farms and pork farms, in this case, responsible for the 40% of Brazil exports, among the top 3 in Brazil. This economy turns real a possibility to transform these emissions in biogas and biomethane, and the green hydrogen is strengthening a green economy. Other example is a Greener Paraná, is an environment education program that was launched by the Secretariat of Sustainable Development and Tourism, with the aim of raising environmental awareness and combining environmental, economic, and social development. The program has the following lines of action: tree nursery, incentives for endangered species, commemorative dates, urban parks, and Poliniza Paraná. Beyond the programs that I describe here, we have another that has directly impacted how to the nature science project since 219, that which is aimed at preventing, adapting, monitoring, and the mitigation the origins, management, and the consequences of these gases, and the other program, SIGABIL, that contains the State Registry of Conservation Units, Ecological ICMS, it is a public policy instrument with the transfer of financial resources to municipalities that have protected areas or springs to supply municipalities in their territories. Profauna initiatives and RPPN, Private Natural Heritage Reserve, its program objective often create RPPNs is to conserve biological diversity voluntarily. Anyway, I hope that I got a present a little of Paraná and his challenges, and invite you all to collaborate to make a difference, to take action. We invite the presents to go to the stand of Brazil to see our video and our another projects. Thanks.
Thank you, Raphael. It's amazing how our mantra here of act, influence, and engage can translate so well into the work you're doing as well, right? We could all take a lesson from that. Next up, we're going to hear from Mayor Ernest Arthur of Cape Coast, Ghana. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And let me also say that it's always a pleasure to be part of anything biodiversity. As mayor of Cape Coast Metropolitan Assembly, which is the largest sub-national government within the central region of Ghana, we recognize that the implementation and indeed meeting the post-2020 global biodiversity framework requires cooperation at all levels of government. We also recognize that equitable implementation of the post-2020 global biodiversity framework is contingent upon the appropriate recognition, participation, and collaboration with diverse and vulnerable groups, including the youth, in decision-making forums and processes. Cape Coast is proud to be a member city of ICLE's Urban Natural Asset Program, UNA for short. Through the UNA Resilience Project, we have been actively fostering increased collaboration across sectors and stakeholders. UNA Resilience has adopted a human rights-based approach which centers on people, including youth, women, and those most vulnerable in our cities, to identify entry points for mainstreaming nature into planning and increasing resilience within the metro. We anticipate expanding this in 2023 with an increased focus on public education and outreach programs, which actively involves the youth and young people. Working with our schools, sorry, 1 minute. Working with our schools, education centers, our flagship biodiversity center, and youth action groups, we aim to spread the message of the importance of nature in our metro. Cape Coast is also a tourism hub within Ghana. We are in the process of setting up our tourism information center, which is targeted at providing employment opportunities for our community, including the youth, while expanding our tourism offerings linked to culture and nature in the region. The rich ecosystem in Cape Coast includes a diversity of lagoons that not only provide livelihood opportunities, educational site for our school children, but also economic development opportunities for all. We are exploring opportunities with the private sector to identify how best to harness these natural resources and their related culture and local significance, whilst ensuring the youth is embedded in this process of development. Finally, through inner resilience and other projects, we have established strong relationships with local research institutions such as the world-recognized University of Cape Coast. These partnerships are beneficial for increasing the data accessibility of the metro to plan at the local level and identify the most strategic areas of intervention to build resilience for both nature and climate. Building close working relationships with researchers enables us create benchmarks to harness emerging research for evidence-based planning and best practice at the local level. Perhaps most significantly, we have identified the need for on-the-ground projects that are linked to local plans and strategies, and the need to secure financing to support and accelerate implementation on the ground, which harness potential and opportunities for young people in the Cape Coast metropolis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this human rights-centered approach that you have is a wonderful common ground that you can find with many of the other key actors in your community. Wonderful. So we're going to continue our world tour and move to Paris, France. We have the Deputy Mayor, Christophe Najdowski. Welcome.
Thank you very much. For solidarity with my colleagues from Quebec and Montreal, I will do my speak in French because we are in a francophone region here. So, thank you.
Thank you for having invited us to reflect together on citizen mobilization. I'd like to say that we really have to shift the paradigm if we really want to preserve biodiversity. This leads us to modify our policies. We cannot have vertical policies and from top to bottom, but we need to have horizontal policies in direct link with all stakeholders in society. And I have 4 elements I would like to discuss: the relationship with associations, citizens, companies, and I will end on youth. First of all, citizens. In Paris, we mobilize citizens through a community which works to make the city greener. We have different gardens, and the citizens are engaged in managing these green areas. This allows also for these citizens to make greener buildings and greener areas. So they have the responsibility of these stakeholders who take this on. The link with organizations. Organizations are those who speak about what is going on. They have the expertise, and on the other hand, as local governments, we will not have this knowledge. So, for example, bird protection. I saw here in Montreal that we had communities of birds in the city, and it's very important to preserve the presence of urban birds in the city. This is why in Paris we have a program in order to protect birds, to preserve different colonies, and we do this in partnership with citizens who have been mobilized to set up bird areas on their balconies in order to make sure that we have biodiversity in the heart of our city. Mobilization is also of different companies and civil society. They are owners of land and buildings, and they have different green areas, and we have to mobilize them in safeguarding these green areas. We have launched Pact, Paris Action Climate Biodiversity. More than 50 large companies, public or private, work voluntarily with the city, and we identified the targets in order to preserve biodiversity, in order to make sure that they're part of the stakeholding group to continue developing the city. And this is working because the majority of these big companies in Paris have been included in this pact. Then youth, it is necessary. A year ago, we set up a building for youth where they can come and learn, train, discuss, debate, and also act. And this is completely independent from the city's resources and work. So the youth collaborate with us, the politicians on biodiversity. So I think that this change of way of doing things is important, and that is what we need to do for the next biodiversity plan, which will be set up for 2023, which will lead us up to 2030. This plan will be co-constructed with the organizations, with the citizens, with the public and private companies, and I think that we need to develop in this way and engage in this manner.
And it's interesting that you end with youth, because now we're going to move to our Global Youth Biodiversity Network representative that we're thrilled to have here today, Brenda Iziju. Welcome. What are your remarks?
Thank you so much, Megan. I am going to use my Spanish to speak today. En primer lugar,
First and foremost, I would like to greet every one of the other speakers on this panel. And I'd like to say how happy I am to be here and hear such good initiatives related to youth in every one of your countries. Good morning. It is a great honor to be here with you today, representing the youth in this panel of experts. And as I've said before, I am part of the Global Youth Biodiversity Network, and in Brazil, I coordinate the national chapter. Moreover, I also work with the mayor of San Luis Maranhão as superintendent for the 2020 agenda, and I also work on international cooperation projects. I have 12 years experience as part of movements and volunteer teams working on topics as varied as sustainable development and environment. And at present, as I said earlier, I'm working on the sustainable development agenda for the cities. I enjoyed very much the topic of our panel, and it made me wonder, how should I respond the question posed as part of this panel? No simple task in my view, but there are certain elements that are essential in order to promote collaboration among the youth, business, scientific researchers, and companies. Business. In my view, there are challenges that remain unmet, and that is why I have organized my speech into different points that I would like to elaborate on during my minutes. First of all, I would like to say that we need to guarantee participated governance in policy-making spaces and also in decision-making processes in this context. Rather than an existence of advocacy places for this,
datos que describan la realidad local de los territorios. Mi segundo punto.
second, we need to enhance our children's education and the education of our youth, including also university financing, particularly public universities. But we should not limit our actions to traditional and formal education. We should also focus on transformative education, as that will allow access to policy making processes and also to all other processes involving scientific and political knowledge. And I believe that being here today is part of what I'm talking about. Every one of us knows that the COP and previous negotiation stages are not open to everyone, and they are not accessible to cities and subnational levels. This participation is guaranteed to the youth, but in a very ineffective manner so far. So here I am enjoying a privilege that should actually be seen as something essential for this process. If we truly want to implement public policies at the subnational, regional, local, and international level as well, we need to commit to the responsibility of improving everyone's lives. Even when we speak about improving people's lives where we live on this planet, since there are no political boundaries to climate change, for instance, we need to have a policy making process based on data mapping, particularly data that can be scientifically verified. So, as an officer in the mayor's office, I consider that it's not possible to implement public policies at any level if we do not first have a look at the local reality as shown by scientific data. Once again, this shows the importance of integrated science. Moreover, it is necessary to have financial resources to talk about all these points that I've raised earlier. It is necessary for all businesses, governments, and other organizations to finance this in order to understand the importance of local action. Besides a number of cases, it's nothing but an interest rate, as we know happens in certain contexts. And finally, to wrap up this presentation, every one of us needs to engage in dialogue and promote intergenerational dialogue and action. No one should be considered to be less important because of their gender or their age. From the local to the global level, we need to strengthen every one of our alliances, having gender representation, territory representation, and cosmovisions. That is why we are the last generation that can actually effect transformative change faced with the climate crisis facing us and the socio-environmental crisis that we are leaving to our younger siblings, our children, and our grandchildren. So it's been a pleasure to have this moment for participation. Thank you very much for that.
That was wonderful. Your voice is so important here. And I was picking up on some of the early challenges you were talking around participatory governance. And I think back to like the formation of ICLEI some 30 years ago, and it was all around Local Agenda 21, which is exactly that, participatory governance. And we're getting better at it, certainly, but we cannot, give up on that fundamental principle that, must infiltrate all the work we do on sustainability and all the work we do on biodiversity. So I'm so glad you brought that up. Wonderful. Okay, so we're going to continue our panel now. We've asked our speakers to focus in on these challenges. We all want to engage key actors. We all have the goodwill to do it, but it certainly brings us some challenges, and we want to focus in on some of those today. So our next speaker is Luciana Lobo. She's the Secretary of Environment and Urbanism at Fortaleza, Brazil. Welcome.
Thank you, Megan. Hello, good morning, everyone. As Megan said, my name is Luciana Lobo, and I work for the city of Fortaleza. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here representing Mayor Sarto Nogueira. In his name, I thank ICLEI for the invitation, for the encouragement and the support. I also salute the ladies and gentlemen here in this room. You are biodiversity heroes. And I would like to talk about a little bit about Fortaleza. Fortaleza
Me gustaría hablar.
biggest city in the country. We have 2.7 million people living there. We are the first GPG in our region. We are a vibrant, warm city. We have 34 kilometers of coast. I mean, we are the best city on earth. Pardon, Paris.
Apologies to Paris.
We have the fourth biggest park, urban park in Latin America in Fortaleza. So we have a vibrant biodiversity in our city. As a big city in a developed country, our problems are no different from other cities' problems. But as we are here discussing GBF implementation, I would like to talk about the solutions we are implementing in our city, solutions that are changing our city for the best and leaving a legacy for the youth. Fortaleza has now more than 400 kilometers of bike lanes. 10 years ago, we had 0. We are in the process of making master plans for all our urban parks and protected areas. We are building 30 micro parks, a recent but already prized public policy, which transforms degraded land into community parks designed for small children and families. We are taking care of our beaches by cleaning the city's drainage system and improving the sanitation system. By doing that, we are taking care of the water that goes to the rivers and goes to the seas. So we are protecting the biodiversity of those blue areas. We are also planting trees. We have never planted so many trees in our city. That's a pledge our mayor made, that he is going to plant as many trees as possible. And we are engaging the population on this mission with huge success. So it's a very good thing to be here and communicate to you. It's also important to say that many of those actions are financed by World Bank through an environment of focused operation. And we thank them for the heartfelt partnership. It's very good to work with the bank. So what I would like to say is that the future is being designed every day. We are designing in Fortaleza a future with a city full of trees, full of parks, with clean beaches and friendly to those who want to ride bikes. It's not easy working with public policies, you all know, but having the opportunity to help shaping the difference in a city and leaving a legacy is something we should be really thankful for. And I believe it's a God-given opportunity, and we should make the very best of it. So to finish what I'm saying, I just would like to say that I'm having a very good time listening to you, engaging with different cities, with different people. It has been a pleasure to be here, and I thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Luciana. It's amazing how the simple act of planting a tree can really create so much inspiration and celebration for people, right? But then also have, really meaningful impacts to our biodiversity work. So I'm so glad to hear you talk about that. Okay, so we're going to continue again the world tour. We're moving now to Mayor Park Woo-rang. He is with Shinan County, and he's also the chair of the Korean Local Government Alliance for Sustainable Development. Welcome.
안녕하십니까. 한국의 신안군수 박우량입니다.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Park Gu-ryang, Mayor of Shinan County.
제가 말씀드릴 순서는 우리 신안군의 소개, 그리고 두 번째는 신안군의 갯벌, 그리고 유네스코 생물권 보존 지역에 대한 것, 그리고 이제 생물 다양성 보존을 위한 실천 행동 순으로 말씀을 드리겠습니다.
I will introduce Shinan County first, and then speak about Shinan's tidal plat, which is the UNESCO World Natural Heritage, and Shinan UNESCO's Biosphere Reserves, and actions for biodiversity conservation.
저희 신안군에는 1025개의 아름다운 섬들로 이루어진 섬들의 지방 정부입니다.
Shinan County is the local government of islands, consisting of 1,025 beautiful islands.
바다 면적은 약 12,654평방킬로미터로서 자연과 인간이 공존하는 친환경적인 세계 최고의 자연 생태 보존 지역입니다.
With 12,654 square kilometers of sea area, Shinan is the world's best ecological preservation area, where nature and human beings coexist.
여러분도 잘 알다시피 작년 7월 26일 유네스코 세계 자연유산의 신안 갯벌이 등재되었습니다.
As you can see, on 26 July 2021, the Shinan Tara Flats was listed as the UNESCO World Natural Heritage Site.
면적은 약 1,100평방킬로 면적을 가지고 있습니다.
Total area is 1,100 square kilometers.
이 신안 갯벌의 생물종은 약 2,150종이 있으며 전 세계에서 가장 높은 생물 다양성을 가지고 있습니다.
The Shinan Tara Flats boast of the greatest biodiversity in the world, as the home to a total of 2,150 biological species.
이 사진은 갯벌을 이용하는 바다새들의 휴식 장면입니다.
These pictures show some scenes of seabirds resting on the tidal flats.
매년 90여 종 10만 마리의 바다새가 신안 갯벌에서 휴식지와 먹이토로 이용하고 있습니다.
Every year, 100,000 seabirds of over 90 species visit the Shinan tidal flats to rest and get food.
신안군에서는 갯벌을 건강하게 유지하기 위해서 친환경 농업과 깨끗한 하천을 유지하는 데 노력하고 있습니다.
To maintain healthy tidal flats, we are making efforts to promote eco-friendly agriculture and keep rivers clean.
신안군 전역이 생물권 보존 지역으로 지정되어 있으며 한국 최대 면적을 가지고 있습니다.
The whole area of Shinan County was designated as a biosphere reserve, which is the biggest area in Korea.
그동안 신안군에서는 총 5,575종의 생물종을 확인하였습니다.
So far, it has been confirmed that Shinan has 5,575 species within the territory.
이러한 생물종이 확인되어 한국에서 종 다양성이 가장 우수한 지역입니다.
This made Shinan County the most biologically diverse region in Korea.
신안 생물권 보존 지역 내에는 람사르 습지, 국립공원, 도립공원, 습지 보호 지역 등이 포함되어 있어서 생물 다양성에 크게 기여하고 있습니다.
The Shinan Biosphere Reserve includes Ramsar Wetland, national parks, provincial parks, and wetland reservation areas, which all contribute to the biodiversity.
생물 다양성 보존을 위한 실천 행동으로 신안 갯벌은 EAAFP 지역입니다.
We are taking actions for the conservation of biodiversity. Shinan Tidal Flats is part of the East Asian Pacific Flyway of migratory birds.
신안군에는 철새가 400종 이상 관찰되어 국제적인 철새 중간 기착지로 인정받았습니다.
It has been globally recognized as a stoppable site for migratory birds with more than 400 bird species.
방금 전에 건강한 갯벌을 위한 노력과 함께 철새 중간 기착지인 섬에서 주민과 철새의 공존을 위해 작물을 직접 경작하여 철새들이 위한 먹이와 휴식지를 제공하고 있습니다.
With the efforts for health tidal floods, which I mentioned before, residents of islands where birds stay cultivate crops to feed birds and provide a resting place to birds. They are exploring ways of coexisting with birds.
이러한 철새 중간 기착지로서의 지원 활동은 지역 주민들이 소득 증가에도 크게 도움을 주고 있습니다.
These actions also bring benefits to local residents by increasing their incomes.
섬마다 30개의 정원을 조성하여 생물 다양성을 지원하고 있습니다.
We are trying to create 30 gardens in every island.
EAAFP 지역인 신안 갯벌을 찾는 바다새 보호를 위해 보호 펜스와 안내판을 설치하였습니다.
A protection fence and signboards were installed to protect seabirds coming to Shinan tidal floods on the East Asian Pacific Flyway.
이곳을 주민과 학생들의 생태교육 장소로도 활용되고 있습니다.
These places are also used as ecological education sites for residents and young students.
이를 계기로 신안군 국제 철새 심포지엄을 13회나 개최하였습니다.
To boost our efforts, Shinan has annually organized the International Symposium on Migratory Birds, marking the 13th this year.
신안 농어촌 지방 정부는 도시 지역에 비해 높은 개발 압력을 받고 있습니다.
Local governments of rural areas are under more pressure for the development compared to urban areas.
그러나 신안군은 0.5도를 낮추기 위해 지속 가능한 개발 전략을 추진하고 있습니다.
But Shinan has been implementing sustainable development strategies to reduce 0.5 degree.
구체적으로 그린 카본, 블루 카본, 신재생 에너지를 통한 연간 2억 2천만 톤의 탄소 배출 저감을 목표로 하고 있습니다.
We are aiming to reduce 220 million tons of carbon emissions every year through green carbon, blue carbon, and renewable energy.
신안군의 이러한 정책은 생물 다양성 보존과 지역 주민들의 공생을 만들어낸 최고의 모델이라고 할 수 있습니다.
I believe that Shinan's case can be considered as a very successful model to showcase how to protect the biodiversity while creating ways of local residents to coexist with the nature.
저희 발표를 경청해 주셔서 감사합니다. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mayor. So many of our very important biodiversity spots are on that interface of where the blue meets green. So it's wonderful to have that example profiled here today. Thank you. All right, moving on. We have a speaker coming to you from a local community. So here we are, Jérôme Duprat. He's a professor of the Department of Natural Sciences at the University of Quebec. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Megan. So the challenges of implementing the GBF framework at local and infranational level are multiple. So today I would like to share three very short examples of the work we've done in ecological economics with the collaboration of local decision maker. And as you see, as a university professor, I make no exception as being a PowerPoint addict. Since we're Montreal, I would like to make this address to you in French. Alors d'abord, ce que je remarque ici au Québec.
First of all, what we have seen in Canada is to link the infrastructure and public services when it comes to biodiversity. GDP depends on biodiversity, but there are different priorities. Ecosystems in our cities is something we are working on. We know that parks are a very important tool for population health. Ecosystems have been scientifically shown to be very important, and we can measure their importance. We need to protect nature, and also in the perspective of public service, where ecosystems are seen as natural infrastructures. It's easy to show the benefits, and these benefits are more and more concrete, but the inclusion of this in different tools remains difficult. For example, cities can work on aqueducts and also manage natural resources. We need to work on maintaining ecosystems in the cities. Cities and subnational government need to recognize natural structures and make sure that policies also look at this important issue, and also to look at the possibility of having partnership with different public and private companies. This way means we need innovation, and we have different examples. First of all, on the city of Quebec, we have a partnership with NGOs which look at biodiversity and climate change. And our research team managed to measure and model 14 ecosystem infrastructures to show the yearly value, which is more than $1.1 billion, and also to make sure that we are sharing enough information with different stakeholders to show the importance of these issues. Another quick point from an ecological point of view, and also when it comes to controlling of biodiversity at the moment in the majority of our cities on a global level, and especially small and medium-sized cities, the decision making is lacking. We need opportunities, and not and the opportunities are not being taken. We're not making decisions on scientific approaches. We need to generate indicators which show the diversity in the city. This would allow to maximize the resilience, but also to have a strategic action of conservation, which would be on several levels. This is a very important stake in order to achieve the 30 by 30 objective. We cannot leave cities to work on 30 by 30 on their own. We need to have an integrated vision, a whole network, because each city is an important part of all this work. This governance and information is also very important, and we need to make sure that we have the participation of different stakeholders. In order to do this, governments need to support organizations dedicated to cooperate on this cooperation. An example I can give you: we assisted the city of Hudson on conservation, and this was realized in different points on conservation in the city on a regional level, and also then it was amplified to a national level in order to create this link between different levels. In order to conclude, I wanted to show the coalition of the Green Belt, which is present in Canadian cities. Citizens, NGOs, and scientists work together in order to work on these 7 points. First of all, to interconnect the ecosystems and protect ecosystems, sustainable forestry, and also by giving access to these natural environments, and also perspectives of education and mobilization. Thank you.
Thanks, Jerome. It really resonated with me when you talked about the need for really clear indicators and targets, because I think all the actors working together can rally around those things and have a kind of common understanding of what they're working towards and the progress that they're making. So thank you for that. So that brings us to the end of our session here this morning. I'm really impressed that we all stayed on time and the room really did fill up. Everyone woke up. Well done, everyone. So thank you all very much for being here. I think we've left the room with a really good kind of sampling of examples around how cities and subnationals can work with these key actors, how we can overcome these challenges together and find common ground. I think common ground is that excellent place for innovation that can start to breed success that we're all working towards. It's been a real honor. To quote Luciana, I feel like I'm amongst a bunch of biodiversity heroes here. It has been quite an honor for me to share the stage with you. So please join me in thanking all these speakers while we'll step down and we'll hand the stage back to our MC, Anthony, to prepare for our next session, which is coming up right away. Let's thank our speakers.
Thank you. As we are getting ready, once again, thank you to all our speakers. And thank you, our dear guests, our delegates. We'd like to remind you we are also online and it will be available for reviewing as well. So thank you, everybody that is online across the globe. We are getting ready in a few moments to keep on with our presentation. But just before, thank you once again. We were talking yesterday about taking time and how often we say we don't have time. And it's not we don't have time, but it's not a priority. And if you're here today, it's because it's important. It has value. And you'll be sharing this knowledge, these insights across your colleagues, and this is what makes it a global message. Would you want to take a picture? Go ahead. Yes. I'm in their way. I'm sorry. Everyone's waiting for me as we're heading off for a picture with all our speakers for the first session. And you can see this is something that is important right here that we're going through as they're going with their pictures. And once again, we invite you to share those pictures, but not only those pictures, share your insights, share what you discovered so that we can keep on moving on with these three themes of engaging, influencing, and acting on behalf of biodiversity. Once again, if you are online, thank you for your presence. Make yourself comfortable, take down those notes. And once again, for those that are either live or online, you'll have a chance to review all these sessions throughout the whole day. We have a very busy second day today, and it's going to be an amazing day with lots of content, with lots of discussions. And of course, although we may not have a chance to connect right there between those on stage and so forth, but imagine just a conversation. So even if your energy with your nodding and approval or disapproval as well makes a difference to keep that energy going. Heading off now towards our center stage as we get ready for our next presentation. And what we have now is a special announcement by CPASW and Fondation. So we invite you to please welcome the Director, Finance and Biodiversity of CPAWS Quebec, Diego Kramer, as well as Senior Advisor, Dialogue and Public Affairs of Fondation, Marie-Hélène Lafont. We invite our speakers to come and join us right here at the podium. Feeling comfortable? Got everything under control? And we're going. Now, to our next speakers, as they are getting ready, you notice that we've got this energy in the crowd right there. So we invite you now to bring your attention towards our stage as we have our both speakers. And just to see if you're present, please give them a round of applause as they are right there getting ready for their presentation.
Merci beaucoup. Bon matin.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be with you today during this decisive moment in the history of protection of biodiversity. We're here to give an announcement, a very short and concrete announcement. It's been tens of years that Quebec hasn't seen such an original and promising opportunity to collaborate with investment sector in Quebec. Today, we are announcing a project between an NGO, which has been active for 60 years, to funds of investment in Quebec, which together compiled $4 million, and the second is a research center for ecology. Right. So during the past few months, we have looked at the different initiatives on international level to develop indicators for finance sector. We looked closely at the setting up of the task force TNFT, and we have concluded that we needed something to complement this, really local indicators. So our project of collaboration aims to develop local and specific indicators reflecting the geographical, social, economic realities of Quebec, indicators which take into consideration the realities and basing themselves on recent information. Indicators with a biocultural aspect, which takes into consideration of our specific geography with the river going through the whole of Quebec. These indicators can be added to the national and subnational plans, and we will also test with Fondation the centers of biodiversity and the collection of data on biodiversity in Quebec. We would also like to talk about the enthusiasm from the Secretariat of Biological Diversity and also the Francophonie Committee of Quebec. We have researchers here from the Center of Quebec affiliated to the university, Félix Landry et Catherine Gourtier. This experience means that such a city like Quebec will be at the center of this effort, which will be a collaboration with everyone, will be important as a global effort. The logic of research on local indicators is very important. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Diego. I'm very happy to be here with our amazing partners, SNAP Quebec, University of Sherbrooke, and also myself from Fondation. I know that at the moment everyone is looking at COP15, which allows to accelerate the search for a solution. The stake is a global one, but the response, the answer, the solution is very local. I come from Fondation. Financing means we need to act. We need, in order to act, we need to understand. Now, financing does not know biodiversity, and that is why we are collaborating with experts like Diego, Felix, Catherine in the hall, Dominique Ravel as well. It is uh, in order to have this dialogue and to have this diverse expertise that we're going to manage to increase and make sure that the research is quicker and inspire and learn more, inspire other sectors of finance. We spoke about the project and the development of indicators, but I wanted to speak about what we will be taking on. We will be improving our knowledge on biodiversity in Quebec. So thank you to the partners. I'm sure that we have 2 excellent years ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Once again, that was Director of Finance Biodiversity CPAWS Quebec, Diego Cremier, as well as your Senior Advisor Dialogue and Public Affairs of Fondation Marie-Hélène Lafont. We are getting ready for our next segment as we are going on. We're having our second session, which is the importance of mainstreaming and how local and subnational governments can be champions within the convention. Now, as we all know, mainstreaming, and that's the word, that mainstreaming is a crucial component of raising awareness on biodiversity. And now what we'll do, we'll be diving into why mainstreaming of biodiversity into local and subnational governments is so important. And also to discuss how cities and regions can, and this is a key word right here, can be champions of ensuring implementation on the global biodiversity framework in the decades to come. So we'd like to invite our speakers, our panels, to come and join us on stage, as well as the moderator of this session, the Director of Ecological Canada, Eva Jackson. Eva, will you take the honor of inviting them, or do we invite us? You've got that going, so we're setting up on our end. And once again, for those that are online, thank you for your presence. And those that are here live, I'd like to remind you that the recording will be later. Eva, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Governor Mauricio Villadosal, Mayor Sandra Hermine Royer, Minister Lamontagne, Deputy Mayor Midori Sugino, and Secretary Ana Bernadez Lopez. No, I believe you're panel 2. Just on the other side, please. Thank you. Yes? And you will have 2 more people joining you. Yes, please. Wonderful. Welcome, everyone. As Anthony mentioned, my name is Eva Jackson, and I'm the Managing Director of Ecological Canada's office. I want to acknowledge that I come from the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee and Wendat peoples, which we now know as Toronto. We are gathered in this session under the Engage theme, and particularly through the lens of mainstreaming. Perhaps one of the enabling conditions will be presented in this room tomorrow, and that is agenda item 16B. And this is on engagement with subnational governments and cities and local authorities to enhance implementation of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. And implementation is the key word for me and my panelists. We know assessment and understanding is important, but we need to act and implement to protect biodiversity. A key aspect of this implementation is, of course, mainstreaming, what we are talking about today. And mainstreaming, or weaving biodiversity and nature into all aspects of local decision-making, finding ways to multi-solve or find multiple benefits for each dollar, euro, or peso spent. Nature and biodiversity are a fundamental tool for doing this. Take a single tree, for example. It provides shade, it provides habitat, it prevents erosion, it filters air, improves health, and provides resources. In the same way we and all life benefit from biodiversity, we want to talk today about all of our roles in mainstreaming that protection.
into our lives and decisions. So we have a full group of speakers today, and we've divided the group into two panels. Our first panel will start now, and I will ask the Governor Mauricio Villar-Dosal to share with us why it is important to mainstream biodiversity at the subnational level, and give us examples from Yucatan State and show how Yucatan State will be a champion to ensure implementation to come.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting us. I will apologize because I'm going to be speaking in Spanish. That is my main language. Estamos muy
We are extremely happy to be here today with every one of you and to tell you a little bit about what we are doing in Yucatan. I am the governor of Yucatan, a southeast state in Mexico. And we have what we call the Mayan jungle. We share with other 5 states, and we are the second largest Latin American land after the Amazonia. Hence, the importance of protecting our Mayan jungle. But also because of the commitment that we've taken in Yucatan to raise to zero, because biodiversity plays a very significant role in fulfilling our goals. Just to give you a few examples, I wanted to talk about 3 in particular. The first one that I mentioned is the Marian jungle, where we're working with USAID and TNG. It's over 40 million hectares we have identified that constitute a very important resource. USAID has provided over $100 million for conservation of this Mayan jungle, and especially to make sure that the inhabitants of the area can actually use it in a sustainable manner. Just to give a few examples, there are 16 biofactories of organic supplies that we've set up there, in addition to training of our bee hunters, our bee raisers, and there is a historical Mayan tradition of breeding bees that has been recognized by FAO and will allow us to create better conditions. Another important topic is that Yucatan hosts 10% of the manglers across Mexico. Through our scientific research, we have identified over 50 million hectares. He stands corrected, 50,000 hectares, out of which 15,000 are being restored. They have been damaged, particularly through road construction many years ago, and they have prevented the passing of water so that many of these manglers have dried up. We have been working on different blue carbon projects in the community of San Crisanto, in order to have these 300 hectares that are already creating these bonds to be used for productive projects in these areas of the state, so that these people can also reap the benefit of that production and will help us protect that. Another project is the one for Take for Nature that we're working with Huawei, where in a natural state reserve, we've installed 20 offline cameras and 70 audio taps that have allowed us to have over 200,000 recordings of the different species in those areas. We are working on the analysis of these recordings with the Polytechnic University of Yucatan. There are over 60 students that are part of this project to create a neuron network that will allow us to monitor real-time 25 different species of interest. These are just a few of the examples of the projects that we are conducting in Yucatan, and we would like to thank every one of the partners that have supported us in these endeavors, because it's not only the federal government or the city councils, but also TNZ, Huawei, USAID, that have always worked along us, the Embassy of Norway, that is also collaborating with us. And I believe this is the way, this is the path we've chosen in Yucatan, to work to have a much friendlier environment to help us achieve our goals and to make our small contribution in order to add to our global goals. And I've always said that we governments have a lot to do, but every one of us, as inhabitants of this planet, may have a small contribution. If we multiply that, there will be millions of actions in order to achieve our goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for so eloquently talking about mainstreaming and collaboration and the power of working together. Thank you for that. I would next like to invite Mayor Sandra Royer to give an example of mainstreaming from her community, Rousseau in Dominica, and show how her city will be a champion to ensure implementation.
Good morning, everybody. The importance of mainstreaming and how local and substation governments can be championed within this convention. My fellow brothers and sisters, I bring you greetings from the small island developing state, the Commonwealth of Dominica. As we join these forces in championing this convention for future generations, we realize that the most important factor in this achieving success from this convention is to engage as local government authorities. We play a pivotal role in engaging discussion for developing all levels. We see engagement and enabling network geared at generating efficiency. This, we believe, will result in increased economic activities and in achievement of global goals. In this Commonwealth of Dominica, local government authorities are key partners in building community resilience. This resilience has the ability of communities to prepare for anticipating hazard, adapt to changing conditions, and quickly respond and recover from rapid disruption, be it environment, social, or political. The decentralized role of responsibility of local authorities have placed them in a key position to be able to mainstream resilience in community through this new convention of engaging influences and, of course, taking action such as utilizing roles of local authorities, but not limited to the support, repairs and maintain public toilets, roads, bridges, playing fields, and tourist sites. Work with the government towards land use management in municipality and urban settlement education risk, and adaptation to climate change impact facilities children who benefit from education assistance, transport and education trust fund. Identify residents who need housing assistance and cover information to control the government. Work with the civil servants group to engage in community development activity, working with state agency to invest with water resources, ensure each household within the community has water. Working closely with environment health departments to enhance sanitation in their community. Collaboration in disaster and management, including shelter management. Partners with governments in sustainable energy, including governal energy. Create stable and business-friendly policies that gather and of local economy. Mobilize local stakeholders, provide and maintain infrastructures, improve quality of life, and place through comprehensive land use planning, zoning, and processing, coordinating actions with nation governments, agencies, other local governments, oversees and led strategy development and implication process. All of this responsibility can only be effective achieved through the engagement of local government authority at all levels of nation development. Over the month, we have been mainstreaming these institutes throughout the island, engaging all sundry, influencing the general public to act responsible to reduce the impact of climate and other events. My brothers and sisters, we can only achieve this mandate if we collaborate champions the cause for this convention together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor. What a comprehensive approach your local government is taking. Thank you. I'd next like to invite the Quebec Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Food, Mr. André Lamontagne. Minister.
Merci beaucoup. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, and greetings to all my colleagues from the National Assembly, mayors, and all those who are here with us today, and welcome in Quebec. It's an honor for me to be able to take the floor, and history shows that the development of great societies and civilizations are always been based on an agriculture that is adjusted to the environment. It's 10,000 of years of an evolution for a sector that is designed to feed people. As a government, we need to carry on to adjust this evolution to today's realities and tomorrow to feed humanity. Anything that is going towards the protection of biodiversity allows the preservation of ecosystems that are surrounding us. It doesn't matter the size of the country, of the states. We need to be committed and go the same way. The Food of Quebec has been supporting agri-environmental initiatives, including those aimed at biodiversity. We firmly believe that our support for all agricultural stakeholders who make the ecological choice must ensure that what we do in terms of environment is consistent. To achieve this, the government of Quebec has launched its 2020-2030 plan for a sustainable agriculture. This ambitious and innovative plan has sparked the interest of other Canadian provinces, which have approached us to know more about it and draw inspiration from it. The plan makes Quebec a North American leader, a trailblazer in the transition towards an agriculture that is more heedful of the environment and that provides greater support for agricultural ecosystem. I know that Quebecers have high expectations for the government and their elected officials when it comes to concrete action. One of the goals of COP15 is to establish clear objectives for fighting overexploitation, pollution, fragmentation, and unsustainable agricultural practices. Our plans respond to 100% of these objectives, and we're proud to share it with the world. So that the implementation of such a plan is an unqualified success, we need everyone to roll up their sleeves. In their efforts to achieve quality, our farmers must ensure that their practices are sustainable and that natural resources are preserved. Also, to support their efforts, last February, our government announced the department's initiative to reward agri-environmental practices. This initiative is an incentive for farm businesses to establish practices that contribute to achieving the targets of our plan. Et les objectifs de notre plan visent
objectives, the targets of our plans want to reduce pesticides, the improvement of soil health, the quality of water, and biodiversity. This program has been so successful that in 24 hours we've had over 1,000 businesses that are committed for the years to come to adopt new practices, new techniques in agriculture to meet the targets of our plan. So here I'm very proud to announce an additional 29 millions that from next February are going to help over 1,000 producers who are going to be committed in the implementation of this sustainable plan.
Starting next spring, we'll have more than 2,800 businesses that will be enrolled in our program so that they can change their way of doing things to better our agricultural practices on the territory. And this is how we are responding to our producers' want list and to COP15 goals so that financial assistance from governments points toward sustainable investment. In Quebec, our major project to achieve food autonomy puts producers at the really heart of the action so that they can shape the changes on the way. It is the actions of the people out there in the real world of agriculture that will propel achievement of the targets set for soil health, reduced use of pesticides, chemical fertilizers, and improved water quality and biodiversity. Another driver for our plan for sustainable agriculture is the creation in June 2022 of the first Earth Invention Plan for protecting pollinators. One of its purposes is to improve habitats, protect pollinators against exposures to pesticide, enhance knowledge, and develop tools to help our farmers. More must be done to fight climate change and protect biodiversity. We estimate that our current approach in Quebec will cut our emission by roughly 1.43 million tons of CO2, equivalent to 2.21 by 2030 at the latest. As elected officials, we are duty-bound to remain close to grassroots developments and to have access to the most recent information and scientific knowledge surrounding agri-food sector issues. In fact, to give real expression to this need for developing knowledge in Quebec, in 2021, a sustainable agriculture research network has been created in tandem with the Quebec Nature and Technologies Research Fund. So as of today, more than 200 researchers have joined forces to act to reduce the use of pesticide, to promote soil health and conservation, and to contribute to reducing the environmental impact of agriculture. L'objectif est clair.
The objective is clear to ensure that Quebec is a leader, remains a leader at the forefront of innovation to the benefit of our farmers and our businesses. We thank you for listening, and we are going to work together and achieve the targets of COP15, and we will always be a leader. Thank you for your attention.
To biodiversity and local action by cities, businesses, residents is clear and cannot be questioned. Thank you for joining us today. Next, I'd like to invite Deputy Mayor Midori Sugino from the city of Nagoya to show and share how her city will be a champion to ensure implementation of the Global Biodiversity Framework. Deputy Mayor.
Hello everyone, I am Midori Sugino, Deputy Mayor of the City of Nagoya. Today, I'd like to talk about Nagoya's actions on biodiversity. As you know, Nagoya was the host city for COP10 in 2010. We established the Nagoya Biodiversity Center the year after COP10 as a hub for increased civic engagement. The Nagoya Biodiversity Conservation Council was also established as a platform for collaboration between residents, experts, educational institutions, and the local authority to protect biodiversity. Using this hub and platform, actions to protect biodiversity are carried out. In 2011, a year after COP10, local municipalities established the Network of Local Governments for Biodiversity in Japan. The network aims to enhance local authorities' action to contribute to the realization of a society that living in harmony with nature. The network includes 190 members, and Nagoya serves as its representative. Nagoya is designing an action plan for 2030 incorporating the post-2020 global biodiversity framework with various demands on diversity. This plan clarifies the city's focus and priorities by 2030. There are 4 priority policies: urban development, social transformation, human resources development, and enforcing health and networks. Challenge and roadmaps are shared with diverse stakeholders to promote biodiversity actions. Nagoya will contribute to achieving the 30 by 30 target by promoting OECM. In the city center of Nagoya, we are promoting greening activities. For example, in collaboration with business and community groups, office building operators are giving due consideration to the habitats of species. We encourage biodiversity-friendly greening activities in city development to raise awareness on biodiversity. There are 7 model areas. We are going to increase this number and create an ecological network in the city. This image shows our ideal vision of Nagoya in 2100, as set out in the 2015 Nagoya Strategy for Biodiversity. Through these actions, we, City of Nagoya, will contribute to the achievement of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. What a beautiful vision of the city of Nagoya, your city. I would now like to invite Secretary for Climate Action, Ana Bernades Lopez, from Catalonia, Spain, to share your commitment and how your state will champion.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I want to thank the authorities of Montreal, Kunming, Quebec, and Yunnan for creating this forum of cooperation and dialogue of local regional governments around the world. We came from Catalonia. Catalonia is a region in the north of Spain. And as many of you, we have the responsibility to avoid the loss of biodiversity and conserve our natural protected areas. And we are doing this together, working hand in hand by all the sectors in our jurisdiction. And that means all. And as you know, this is not easy at all. In fact, it's very difficult, but having the agreement of all stakeholders is the only way to achieving the commitments. Here in the COP, in this meeting, we can feel strong and determined in our decisions. And yet, back at home, we are subject to many pressures in terms of urban planning, industry, agriculture, and livestock tourism with a big economic interest behind. I echo Mr. Suzuki's words yesterday. Nature only has us. We are nature. Whatever happens to the nature ends up happening to us. That is so simple. Why is so hard to understand? I will like to share two examples of working with all the parties involved in the management of the common natural space, how we can put biodiversity as a decisive factor for the compatibility between economic activity and protection. The maritime co-management boards, where we sit down all interested parties, fishermen, ecologists, sport activities, scientists, tourism, and different level of the public sector, from municipalities to supra-municipal organizations, making decisions about sustainable fishing. This is one example, and it's a great example for us because it runs very, very well. And by doing this, economic, social, and ecological sustainability will not be an empty phrase. We must overcome the emergency without leaving anyone behind. We are studying now to replicate this model in the fishing areas, in the management of our natural parks. Another example that involves the public administration and civil society, environmental entities, foundations, and research centers in the Nature Conservation Network. The network works with a collaborative approach, establishing alliances to make human activities compatible with nature conservation. Currently, the network has facilitated the signing of more than 796 agreements, working with 74 entities and 41,700 hectares are managed in the form of land stewardship that will be very difficult for the public administration to manage. By conserving private areas, we improve the local economy and social and environmental awareness. And this is our little contribution to this great event. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And thank you for the reminder to take the passion and the commitment of these events back home to face the day-to-day pressures that can sometimes make us forget about that passion. Thank you. So that concludes our first panel. There is room and time for a family photo, if you'll join me, and then we'll invite the second set of panelists.
En principe, tu n'as pas à intervenir à ce moment-là. Hein? De mémoire, tu n'as pas de texte. Puis moi, je la laisse l'idée.
First panel is coming off stage. I'd like to invite our second set of panelists, Mr. Robbie Beaver, Secretary Marina Robles Garcia, Mr. Diego Vaz Ferreira, Deputy Director Zhang Wen, and Mayor Hans Marguerite to join me on stage. Thank you so much for joining us for the second half of our panel. And we will be continuing on the same theme of mainstreaming. And of course, excited to hear more fantastic examples of how our partners will continue to mainstream and be champions of implementation. So first, I would like to invite Robbie Beaver to give an example of mainstreaming from Europe and show how the members of the European Committee of the Regions will be champions to ensure implementation. Mr. Beaver.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and ladies and gentlemen, dear city representatives and local authorities, friend of biodiversity and nature, I would say to this room. So I am very pleased to be here today as a member of City Council of Battenberg in Luxembourg, but especially as a member of the European Committee of the Regions. You may know that the European Committee of the Regions is the official assembly of local and regional representatives of the European Union. It is a political body bringing together more than 600 members out of the European 100,000 local authorities with 1 million locally elected politicians, and thus representing the 441 million EU citizens. We work together towards ensuring a greater recognition of the role of subnational authorities and cities in the legislation and policy making of the European Union. Numerous planetary crises, biodiversity loss, pollution, climate change, war, and so on, are threatening with surpassing the planetary boundaries and putting an end to the nature and human well-being. The latest reports and assessments of the state of nature are frightening, with more than 1 million species at risk of extinction. So it is clear that effective and far-reaching action to tackle environmental degradation is urgently needed. But as we have been hearing today and these days of summit, it is also true that cities, villages and regions are already developing impressive projects, plans and taking measures in order to bend the curve of biodiversity loss. As you may know, the European Union launched its landmark strategy to become the first climate-neutral continent, the European Green Deal. That also puts Europe's biodiversity on a path to recovery by 2030. The European Green Deal aims to tackle climate change, pollution and environmental degradation while pushing for a change of paradigm. This transformative and systemic change is urgently needed to live in harmony with nature. At the European Committee of the Regions, we have been developing the Green Deal Going Local campaign. This political and communication campaign was created to translate the European Green Deal priorities into concrete actions for protecting our biodiversity and restoring our ecosystems that can be implemented on the ground by subnational governments. The Green Deal Going Local campaign covers different activities related to different sectors and engage with different stakeholders, including local communities and youth. The key of the campaign is to raise awareness of the biodiversity loss and to get citizens on board to support actions in favor of nature. This is our way to mainstreaming environmental and biodiversity action into each and every activity and policy area, and it is also an example of how EU local and regional authorities are becoming champions within the Convention. The Green Deal Going Local campaign looks into best practices that are being developed by EU subnational governments in the field of nature conservation and restoration, and provides engagement tools to accelerate biodiversity action at the local, subnational and city level. In the next months, we will be working especially in nature restoration measures. EU local and regional authorities play a key role in bringing nature back across the continent, and particularly in relation with pollinators, wetlands, rivers, forests, marine ecosystems, urban areas, and peatlands. We need this change of paradigm, turning away from conservative halting the loss of biodiversity to an active restoring and multiplying biodiversity by creating or at least restoring habitats and species. The high number of best practices and projects that are being developed in this sense demonstrates that EU subnational governments are already committed to ensuring implementation of the global biodiversity framework and to work for nature. So let me conclude. We can't afford another more 15 COPs because by COP 30, there will be no biodiversity to protect. So let's act now. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a urgent call to action that I think is very much needed. Next, we will go directly to my right and have Marina Robles Garcia, Secretary of Environment from Mexico City, who will show how this region will be a champion to ensure that implementation. Secretary.
Thank you very much. Muy buenos días, amigas, colegas.
Good morning, friends, colleagues. First of all, I would like to thank you for to the CBD Region 4 and, of course, to the governor of this wonderful city and region, which is Montreal, Quebec, and, of course, to this team that's backstage, the team of interpreters that allow us to understand each other in this world of richness and biodiversity of differences. And I would like to convey a message of hope. And this is a message of hope, which is no little thing, because I would like to bring the example of the work that we've conducted in Mexico City, which is an enormous city, one of the largest cities in the world in terms of size, that despite gathering a very low percentage of my country's territory, that is Mexico, it is the state that has the most contribution to the GDP and gathers about one sixth of our country's population. A city that is approximately divided into about 41% as an urban area and 59% in a territory that's full of forests, of shrubs, and also rural soil. A territory that gathers on this small pace or represents 2% of the planet's biodiversity, 12% of my country's biodiversity. And this transformation that we've achieved in the city would seem to me that has a lot to do with this meeting that we're holding here right now. Why? It has to do with the possibility, with the strength that can be achieved from those local governments, from the subnational governments, so in order to attain this transformations within the environmental conditions, opportunities to provide a future for biodiversity, for life in general. Mexico City, and the most you should know, during the 80s and during the 90s, was seen as a city with no future, a city with the greatest pollution issues worldwide, a city that was seen as one with the doors shut to sustainability. And that is a reality that we've changed. And we've changed it precisely behind an important effort that does not only translate into political willingness and mere discourse, it's translated into budget, right? Because a discourse that is not implemented, that is not open to the conditions of the resources that is invested, it's just mere discourse. And precisely, I believe that the possibility and the strength that we have to build with as local governments, as subnational government, has to do with that commitment, with that reality that we need to build on so that these partnerships would really cause this to be implemented budget wise. Of course, have the great privilege to share my work and being part of a team or who heads us is an environmentalist woman. And this, of course, has created a completely different condition to this reality that City now live. It is not that we have it all solved, but we are clear that we open the doors towards a new reality, towards a possibility, a different way as to how we can open the doors to nature. In the years that we've been working at Mexico, we've managed an investment of above 350 million US dollars, which has allowed us, among other things, and that is that hence my message of hope, is for us to establish 34 plant 34 million trees, although to change the reforestation scheme so that not only it's trees what we grow, we plant different levels of vegetation, would allow us to establish different plant robust plant communities that allow for true conditions for biodiversity to bloom. We've built in the inner part of the urban area 34 wetlands, attempting to recover one of the most threatened ecosystems in the world, and that my city saw destroyed for centuries, seeing this wonderful ecosystem again, which is part of the reality of richness. We've managed to find a rebalancing of the green areas in the city that grew tremendously and tremendous inequality. As far as one part, we saw an accumulation of the goodness of life, the goodness of urban development, but on others, the limitations given this inequality. And we've built 16 new green areas that add 1,500 new hectares of green areas for the city, precisely in the most unfavored areas, putting a particular emphasis on gardens for pollinators that we found, a bit over 800, placing a particular emphasis in the way we can train women gardeners that are specialists in gardens for pollinators and gardens for life. We gardens for life, that we call it. And precisely, we saw this kind of free equilibrium of the city, because one thing is clear for us, that environmental justice can only be worked on and seeked with social justice. Otherwise, there is no true justice, no true environmental justice. So, in these group of actions, both for nature based solutions, to which we're adding the group of actions for the improvement of mobility, to improve the type of energies that we supply to the city, we've managed to reduce emissions in around 2 million tons annually, which is a very significant contribution for the city. It has also allowed us, among other things, to increase by 42 the species, the birds that are now registered to live in the city, going from 355 to 397. Or central this is key data due to the history that Mexico City had, and to which we will never return to, is that after having zero clean days as far as air quality in the 90s, in 2018, there were 99, and now we're at 122 clean days per year. This and the environmental climate change program that we have in the city has led us to receive 11 international awards. 11 awards that not only have to do with the ambition that we place as a city, but as to the results that we've had, and to this decision, to this clear willing demand, which is acknowledging that the cities and the territory, we can change realities. We can show that we do render results, that we can open the doors to the future, that we can open the doors to biodiversity. And as far as we have willingness, work, honor, and the decision to do so, yes, we can do it. Thank you.
Secretary, what a dramatic shift and turn around from what you described in the 90s to now, and a commitment to action and resourcing that action, the finance. Thank you so much for sharing. We're going to shift to my friends at that table for a moment, and I'll ask District Supervisor from the city of Rio de Janeiro, Diego Vaz Ferreira, to share with us how his city will be a champion to ensure implementation. Sir, over to you.
Bonjour à tous. C'est un grand plaisir
Good afternoon to all of you. It's a great pleasure to be here.
On behalf of Mayor Eduardo Paz, I'm here representing the city of Rio. I would like to thank Ecological for inviting us to speak at the summit. I would like to thank the city of Montreal and Quebec for hosting us here. I take the opportunity to greet all the delegations and representatives of the cities, civil societies, organizations, and members of the academia who are participating in this conference. I'd like also to thank the organization for guaranteeing the participation of the cities with the Convention on Biological Diversity. Rio de Janeiro is internationally recognized for leading role in global discussion related to environment agendas from Rio 92 to Rio Plus 20. By celebrating 30 years since Rio 92, we continue to honor the city's historic role in the environment and climate agenda, with policies that strengthen actions regarding the loss of biodiversity in the world. Although the international community concern regarding biodiversity has not reached the same public attention as the climate change, we truly believe both issues are interrelated and should be addressed with equal urgency. As stated in 2022 World Economy Forum report, the fundamental role of metropolis in the preservation of human, animal, and plant life is evident. The adoption of sustainable and equitable policies must be included in all aspects of public management. The protection of forest areas that offer ecosystem services and ensure biodiversity is among one of our main goals in Rio Action Plan for the Sustainable Development and Climate. This plan, which we call PDS, is a governance plan that guides the actions of the city of Rio towards the efficiency, transparency, and sustainability in the next 30 years. The PDS seeks to bring an innovative vision of sustainable urban development in a greener, more compact city which focus on increasing densities with lower infrastructure development costs. Through this strategy, we will be able to restrict the city advance to environmentally sensitive and high climate risk areas. Therefore, we will reduce the pressure on fragile areas. We will have the proper increase in common years due to the extreme weather events. And at the same time, we need to ensure that the city's agricultural production zones are maintained so that climate resistance and food security go hand in hand. Maintaining carbon stocks in forest and landscapes and evaluating the potential expansion on forest areas in urban centers is one of our main concerns. In addition, the shorter, more active, and better quality intra-urban trips, as well as the preservation of green areas foreseen in our strategic plan, directly help to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the medium and the long term. Reversing biodiversity loss and creating a governance framework on this are some of our biggest challenges. That includes enough financial and human resource for the city to become neutral and resilient. Given this scenario, Rio, through the PDS, focus efforts with the aim of the maximizing cost benefits and gains from the positive outcomes. Mentioning to the urban indicator and an important plan too for the cities, as it provides concrete support for decision making. The PDS goes in the direction by highlighting the goals that produce the greatest impact in reducing polluting, climate impacts, and as well offering benefits to the climate policy. Among the main goals and actions in the city of Rio that align with the biodiversity agenda with the Montreal Pledge. WT cover durable, the tree cover in the streets, squares, and parks in the North Zone, the area, sorry, the area that I which I have the honor to be the under mayor, with the lowest rate of the green space and high average surface temperatures compared to the other regions of the city. Increased to 35% the recycling of the dry waste, such glass, paper, plastic, and metal. Achieve a 20% of reduction in gas emissions in the municipality in 2030 compared to the 2017 emissions, and in 2050, the neutralization of emissions through the implementation of mitigation and compensation strategies. Establish the protect areas in 100% of the areas defined as priority by our municipal environment department. And increase by 20% the area dedicated to agricultural production in the city of Rio. Manage more than 3,000 reforest hectares. Expand the municipality reforest areas by 150% hectares. This means more than 4,000 Maracanã stadiums. Through these actions and planning, Rio moves towards the building of a more fair and sustainable city in line with the best international practice. Finally, I want to say once again, I'm very honored to be here representing a city that has a lot to contribute to debates on biodiversity, climate, and environment. The Mata Atlântica biome, where Rio is, has only 12% of its original. This biome is more biodiverse than Amazon Europe. Again, the Mata Atlântica biome, where Rio is, has only 12% of its original. So we cannot talk about just Amazon in Brazil. We still have a lot of issues and we still have a lot to fight for. We must take care of it. And we need resources, not only financial. We also need partnership, technical, and support. The Rio City Hall works hard to honor this legacy and further improve our actions, which makes Rio citizens, as we know, the Cariocas, very proud. And finally, I say we want to bring back the pride to be Brazilian. And in Portuguese, as I said, queremos resgatar o orgulho de ser suburbano. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup e muito obrigado.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vasfer, for sharing that vision and the ambition from your city, the city of Rio de Janeiro. Next, I would like to invite Deputy Director General of the Shenzhen Municipal Ecology Environment Bureau, Mr. Zhong Wen, to discuss with us the following question. Shenzhen has demonstrated a successful example of China's economic reform and opening up. As a megacity with over 20 million people, how does Shenzhen promote the mainstreaming of biodiversity while rapidly advancing urbanization and rapid economic development? Thank you.
好，大家好，非常感谢这个颐和城组织的这次活动，也非常感谢咱们主持人的提问。这个很高兴应邀参加今天的活动。深圳应该讲是中国一个新兴的城市。
Shenzhen is a. Thank you for the question. I would like to share with you some figures about Shenzhen. It's a very young city. It covers only 2,000 square kilometers with a population of over 20 million. Its GDP is number 4 among Asian cities. Shenzhen adheres to the concept of ecological priority and green development. We promote urban biodiversity protection and strive to live in harmony with nature. In 2005, 50% of our urban area in Shenzhen was put under ecological protection. Shenzhen has a forest coverage of 39%, very close to 40%. The downtown area is home to a national nature reserve. It is a stopover for about 100,000 migratory birds every year, traveling between Asia and Australia. We see endangered species flying over Shenzhen, including the black-faced spoonbill. This endangered species stop over in Shenzhen, and the number that migrate over Shenzhen accounts for 1% of their world population. We have this mangrove wetland in Shenzhen Bay. The 14th conference of Ramsar Convention on Wetlands decided to set up an international mangrove center in Shenzhen. We also set up 38 nature education centers and 22 nature schools. All of these education centers and nature schools carry out a wide variety of educational activities for the public every year. These efforts contribute to our biodiversity protection work. Taking this opportunity, I'd like to invite our moderator and participants to visit Shenzhen if you may have the chance. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question and response, but also your invitation. Thank you very kindly. Our last presenter, we're now shifting continents, and I'd like to invite Mayor Hans Marguerite from the municipality of Quebec in Mauritius to share with us how his municipality will be a champion of ensuring implementation. Mayor.
Merci, madame. Mesdames, Messieurs, partenaires, collègues et amis.
Thanks a lot.
Un sommet du gouvernement infranationaux et des villes ici au Canada. Je félicite les organisateurs pour la vision et l'ambition d'organiser cette conférence avec tant de sujets traités, avec une
conference with so many topics and so many wonderful participants. And as I've seen, dear colleagues, I thank you very much for being here. The world is based on partnerships. We know that we are a small country, a small island countries who are very vulnerable regarding the environment, and this is why in our municipality we acknowledge that partnerships support us to protect our biodiversity and to install ecosystems because our lives depend on this, and to achieve not only our own targets in matter of that biodiversity, but also to help to achieve global objectives and targets. More than ever, strategic partners for mainstreamed approaches are necessary to help and support small island countries to achieve targets and sustainable development. And our work in terms of biodiversity is extremely important. One of the most important partnerships is the one with ICLEI, local governments for sustainable development, and this is where our ICLEI gives us a space and so that we can commit and have an advocacy in favor of biodiversity and be informed of the results of this advocacy and the importance for local governments. We are very proud of the City with Nature, this platform, which is strongly linked with a number of actions um, with the SDGs because we are signatories of CBD. And we've got as well national organs committed with City with Nature. Thanks to City with Nature, we are learning from the expertise of other cities, and this is helping us. City with Nature are helping us to better understand the significant contribution of local governments in terms of the implementation of strategies and national action plans for biodiversity, but also and specifically for small country and island countries, developing island countries. This adds to our knowledge and know-how, and we can improve and add these best practices for our cities. My country is threatened. We have lost in kilometers of beaches, and as you know, Mauritius is known as a heaven island for tourism, and we are scared. We have over the next 50, 100 years, we hope we are going to be still here, and we are asking big cities, larger countries to encourage and to protect biodiversity in their countries, and for this they can help us at the same time. So I would encourage cities who are part of City with Nature because to adhere to City with Nature because they will benefit from the help of ICLEI and to hand over the message to their citizens. One of the advantages is the fight against biodiversity, and this means that it shows the accountability of cities. We need during COP15 we can influence the financing of the management of islands like Mauritius and other islands over the next decades, the decade to come. We need to understand our dependency regarding as far as nature is concerned and what is going to happen if we do not act. So we have to act and ask partners to strengthen the global effort for nature and to guarantee a more a world that is nature positive. I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you to ICLEI to give us the opportunity to be here with you, to be the spokesman of the citizens of Mauritius. Thanks a lot. I bless your city, your villages, and the earth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I think that's the perfect ending to remind us that no one of our local communities can do this alone. And it's strategic partnerships within our communities, within our nations, but internationally that we can help advance action on the global biodiversity framework. Please join me in thanking our panelists from this session, and I'll invite them to come for a photo in the center. Thank you.
Okay. Sharing these moments, as we can see, is such an important part for passing global message. And our dear delegates, as we are taking our pictures, we'd like to remind you that we will be starting our next session at 11:28. 11:28, we'll be starting our next session. I'd like to remind you there are refreshments as well on the outside. 11:28 is when we'll be starting back our next session. So take a time to breathe. Thank you once again to all our panels as well as our moderator. Enjoy your day. We've got a busy day. It's going to be amazing. And those online, thank you also for your presence. Thank you for helping us pass on this message, and hopefully you find insight as well. And once again, all these recordings will be available at a later date to review. Enjoy your day. We'll be seeing you at 11:28. Thank you, delegates, for your presence. Today, we'd like to remind you we'll be starting off in 15 minutes our next session. In 15 minutes, we will start off our next session. Thank you very much. Dear delegates, we'd like to remind you we'll be starting off in 10 minutes. So once again, dear delegates, we'll be starting off in 10 minutes. If you have just arrived for the next presentations, please do not forget that we have translation that is available. We'll be starting in 10 minutes. Thank you for being with us, dear delegates. We'd like to remind you we'll be starting off in 5 minutes. 5 minutes is our call. Once again, translation is available. Welcome to those that just arrived. 5 minutes will be our next presentation. Dear delegates, we invite you to take your places. We will be beginning in less than 2 minutes. Once again, translation is available. Delegates, 120 seconds. We will be beginning our next session. Dear delegates, we invite you to please take your places as we are continuing our day, heading off now towards our third session, which is entitled Financing the GBF in Cities and Subnational Governments for a Nature Positive Future. Now, as we all know, no action can take place without the necessary resources in place, and often local and subnational governments really struggle to find how to finance the implementation of the global biodiversity framework. To engage us with this matter, we invite our panel, as well as the Director of Global Policy, Institutions, and Conservation Finance at the Nature Conservancy. Please welcome Andrew Dutz, as well as the panel.
Good morning. We'll get started. I'm Andrew Deutz. I lead the global policy team and conservation finance team for the Nature Conservancy here in Canada. We're not on yet?
We'll be inviting you to take the handhelds right here.
There we go. Okay, thank you. So, good morning. Again, I'm Andrew Deutz. I lead the global policy and conservation finance team for the Nature Conservancy globally. Our local affiliate in Canada is Nature United. We have a distinguished panel here today. We're going to talk about financing for subnational and municipal actions on climate change and biodiversity. So joining me, Jennifer Norris, who's the Deputy Secretary for Biodiversity and Habitat in the California Natural Resource Agency. Although we were just joking, we think of California as a subnational entity, but it is what, the 10th largest economy in the world? 4th largest economy in the world. So like it could be in the G7 all by itself. On the other side of the panel, Claude Gascon, who's the Director and Manager of Programs for the Global Environment Facility. He was just telling me they've now invested something like $500 million in their cities programs over the last 2 cycles of GEF funding. And then Naomi Morenzoni, who's the head of philanthropy for Salesforce. So we're going to get a perspective here across the government, corporate philanthropic, and international organizations. I want to start by just framing up the discussion a little bit, because we're going to talk a little bit about really 2 things, which is both how we foster more biodiversity in cities and also the challenge of the impact that cities have on biodiversity. 2 years ago, I worked on a report with colleagues from the Paulson Institute and Cornell University called Financing Nature, where we tried to scope out how much money is the world spending on biodiversity, how much do we need to be spending, and where can we come from to close the gap? And that's where we've come up with this figure of about a $700 billion annual financing gap that's playing out in the negotiations. In costing out the needs for global biodiversity conservation, we looked specifically at cities and urban environments and projected there a need of about $73 billion a year to meet the world's biodiversity needs, both in cities and the impacts that cities were having on the surrounding environment. Part of that cost was dealing with the expansion of the urban environment into surrounding areas and the impacts that would have on parks and protected areas near cities. Part of it was looking at the cost of increasing urban green infrastructure. And actually the biggest cost that we found to deal with in the city space was actually the impact on freshwater ecosystems of untreated sewage. That was the biggest piece of the 73 billion, right? So it's the impact that cities have literally downstream. So just if that gives us the order of magnitude of what we need, something like 73 billion, we have another problem, which is another figure that came out from the report by UNEP, looking at the state of nature finance and looking at funding for nature-based solutions, which said that something like only 0.3% of funding on infrastructure goes to nature-based solutions. So let me start with you, Jennifer, and say, given that gap between what we need and where we are, What is California, hopefully as a leader, doing in the space to invest in nature-based solutions and to help address the impacts of biodiversity from urban expansion, but also increase biodiversity and green spaces in cities?
Well, thank you so much for having us here. California is incredibly proud to be part of this conversation and to be sharing our experiences in protecting nature across our great state. In our last budget cycle, our legislature and governor worked together to pass a $54 billion climate package. And of that, $2 billion is for programs that support nature. So that includes land protection, wildlife crossings, habitat restoration, which is sorely needed, and it also includes urban greening and programs to promote healthy soils. But in California, we really want to emphasize this point about cities and urban areas that have not had access to nature. And so we're rolling out these funds in a way with an eye towards equity and expanding the community of people that have access to those funds by actively promoting the opportunities. We've been doing weeks of webinars, walking people through the availability of the funds, posting those online, providing Q&A with the program managers, which sounds wonky and boring, but really important to those that don't traditionally have access to those funds. And we're also, importantly, we've set aside $100 million to support our tribal stewardship across the state. So we're incredibly proud of our eye towards equity and looking toward bringing nature back to cities through habitat restoration, through urban greening, and really recognizing that nature and humans can thrive together.
All right, thank you. So let me turn to, I'll just go in order if that's okay. So let me turn to Claude. So as you said, the GEF has now invested something like $500 million around the world over the last 2 GEF replenishment cycles on its cities program, presumably more lined up in GEF 8, its next 4-year tranche of funding. What does the GEF learn? Like, what's the GEF doing? What has it learned? And what should we be doubling down on that's working in the next round of GEF funding for countries out there?
Well, thank you very much, Andrew, and thanks to my colleagues on this panel. Very powerful panel, very powerful topic. The GEF, for the Global Environment Facility, is the funding mechanism of the Rio Conventions as well as several other chemical conventions. And we have realized, and we strongly believe, that an emphasis on cities is really crucial in achieving the targets of not just the Biodiversity Convention, but of all of the conventions that the GEF serves. So we have been putting increased emphasis on the investment in cities because we believe that investing in sustainability issues in cities can actually deliver multiple global environmental benefits across climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation, chemicals, water, land, and biodiversity. In fact, in terms of biodiversity, since we're here at the Biodiversity COP, we know that there are at least 400 cities around the world that are close to or in fact within biodiversity hotspots. So it's easy to imagine that cities actually represent either a threat to biodiversity or, flipping this around, can actually be a positive force for biodiversity. In the GEF, as Andrew mentioned, over the last 8 years, we've invested in 50 cities, 17 countries, and over 500 million in investment. And this started out before that, even before those 2 programs, we did have individual projects that would look at infrastructure, energy, transportation issues, mainly climate change mitigation aspects in different cities around the world. But because of the importance of cities as a driver of environmental degradation, or flipping it around again as a positive force, we decided to invest in programs that brought together groups of cities in these 8 last years and look at a whole of government approach to transforming cities into more sustainable development pathways. And this has, again, been done mainly in areas that are linked to climate change, but more so as we move forward in areas that are starting to link very clearly nature-based solutions and biodiversity. We've learned a lot, and in fact, these programs that we develop are not just an association of countries or cities that get together, but we do have investments in coordination and creating a global platform for these cities to come together on a yearly basis, for mayors and stakeholders to come together and exchange different information, really bring in the private sector as a force, and share a lot of technology and new approaches. And so in that sense, in GEF 8, which is the 4-year cycle of funding that has started July 1st, we hope to build on that. And I can talk a little bit more, perhaps in a follow-up question, on the importance of biodiversity in that context. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right, so Naomi, next to you. Right, so representing the philanthropic arm of a major corporation that's got a portfolio looking at biodiversity and climate projects on the ground, what is driving Salesforce to invest in nature-based solutions? Why is that the right solution? What are you discovering, and how do we scale up both the impact of those interventions and the ability of others to access funding and make this work?
Yeah, thank you. So I'll just start by saying that at Salesforce, we truly believe that the climate and nature crisis are twin crises, and that to solve one, we can address the other, and we have to take them in tandem. We're focused on supporting a just transition to net zero nature positive world. And so we use a range of tools and strategies across our company, including the fund that I lead, to really achieve these ends. And so we have both the way we look at our own carbon credits and the focus on nature-based solutions as part of that. We're a founding member of 1T.org, and we also had our newly launched Net Zero Marketplace to really support those who are working in nature-based solutions. But when we looked across all of the ways that Salesforce was working in this area, it became clear that there is a challenge right at the ground when we think about the investments that need to happen. A lot of these solutions are being led by local community members. They are the ones who are closest to the challenge and closest to the solution. So what we've been trying to do is think about those investments, the catalytic strategic investments that are going to make it easier for organizations to access that capital that is available, whether it's through the private financing markets or whether it's through the public financing markets.
Thanks. So I want to explore this practical question of accessing funding. And I know if you're following the negotiations down the hall, the ability of countries to access the big global pots of money, the GEF, the GCF, and others that are out there is one of the questions. But it's also just as much a question, as you say, for local communities, or even for states and municipalities to access federal or national level funding pots. So let me put the question both to Jennifer and then to Claude. But so what are some of the innovations that we're seeing in how the money gets to the ground and how local communities and municipalities can access, in this case, state funding?
I'm so glad you bring this up. You know, the crisis is real and time is short, right? So there's this big pressure to spend the money fast, which means all the usual actors that know how to access those funds are going to be right at the gate, ready to go, right? But we want to make sure that we distribute these funds equitably. So there's a lot of thought going into state government now about how we advance equity, how we make sure that we provide technical assistance of the kind I talked about and others, how to develop these kinds of projects, how to fund the projects, how to navigate the grant-making process. And at the same time, we're also investing in just capacity, looking for opportunities to help deliver funds that just build the people power that you need to make these projects happen. It's not enough to have the know-how, you actually have to have a team to deliver. And so California has been very focused on that, both in that tribal space, but also trying to advance it for communities across our state. And we have tremendous partnerships within cities that are thinking about these things. There's a lot of incredible grassroots initiatives, but also city-led. City of Los Angeles just has incredible biodiversity goals and targets that they're actively seeking to achieve. City of San Francisco, that hopefully most of you have heard of both of these, and many that you maybe haven't, but they're working in that way. And so we're building that state-local partnership, because at the end of the day, it's not just where the projects happen, but to the points that were made, it's where the impacts are also felt. And in California, local planning and local project implementation, local development, it's all governed at the local scale. The state can't tell localities how to develop their economies. And so we have to work in partnership if we're going to be successful.
So Claude, maybe I can put that question to you too, is the question of how to help local stakeholders access funds. And Jeff has a small grants program. The Jeff also deals with governments, and there's always this challenge of how do the municipalities or subnational actors represented here work with their national governments, who are the ones who talk with the Jeff to access those funds. What are some of the innovations happening around easing access? And what have we learned about how to get the money to the ground, to the municipal level, below the national level that talks to the Jeff?
Yes, thanks again. It is obvious that different types of money have different conditions and criteria for access. The Jeff is the financial mechanism of conventions. We have processes to follow, but at the same time, we try and be as agile and as accessible as possible. And a good example of this is the city's Sustainable Cities program, where for the first time, really, we have reached down below the national governments to make resources available directly to urban stakeholders, for the most part, city governments, to really have an impact at that scale. And this is something that we have felt makes a huge difference, because the main stakeholders and the main people who are making decisions are the people who are in position to have the largest impact at that scale. In other words, these are not national governments that are planning how to invest in cities with Jeff resources. These are city governments working in conjunction with governments where there are national plans for sustainable cities, but making the decision of how to invest the Jeff resources at the urban level. And it's something that we've seen evolve over the last 8 years, as you mentioned, from Jeff 6 to Jeff 7, where the main interlocutors were usually an urban planning department, for example. And now we are moving much more towards the whole of government, because we've seen that the city's contribution to environmental agendas is varied and multiple. And in the case of the Jeff, as I mentioned, it started out with climate change mitigation. It now affects water, it affects biodiversity, it affects chemicals. And so we have to have a full government or a whole of government at the urban level to really start to plan what a sustainable agenda looks like for cities. And accessibility, again, has different facets. One is making sure that the money gets quickly to where it's needed. Secondly, it's also making sure that the money gets used in the right way for the right actions. And as I mentioned, in these programs, we have built in a lot of learning, a lot of knowledge management, a lot of exchange of technologies through this global platform, which helps to build capacity of the cities that participate, as well as other network of cities like ICLE and so forth, to really bring these stakeholders together and understand what works, in which conditions, what's creating the most impact. And this is something that hopefully will also address the question of accessibility, not just getting the money, but having the biggest impact on the ground.
Thank you. So, Naomi, I'm going to come back to you on this question of accessibility, right? And what's the philanthropy in this sort of global ecosystem is probably the smallest, but also the most nimble and the most catalytic. So what's the role of philanthropy in particular, and what are you seeing is working in helping build capacity and increase the ability of local communities and municipalities to access that funding?
Yeah, so climate philanthropy represents about 2%, which is of total giving in a given year. And that is just a tiny, tiny fraction, and even less goes to nature-based solutions. But to your point, philanthropy can be nimble, it can be creative, it can take and de-risk some of the solutions. So I'll talk about 2 projects that we're working on. Now, they're not in urban centers, but I think they give an example of how philanthropy can be catalytic. So one is in Ixcala in Mexico, and we are funding the pre-development work, the really unsexy part of the work of permitting, trying to figure out the resources needed, doing the local community engagement, all of the work before there is even a project that we can say, okay, we can go ahead. And this is hard funding to get. So we're starting there. We don't know if this project is going to be feasible. It's on mangrove restoration. But we want to try and create as many of these as possible to help build that pipeline of solutions. So then the next project that we're working on has gone through the feasibility, and we know that it can work. And this is also on mangroves. And this is looking at building a nursery of 5,000 mangroves in Hobos Bay in Puerto Rico. Those 5,000 mangroves should turn into 100,000 over time. But at the same time, we're working with them to do a baseline assessments for the blue carbon markets done under Vera. This is the opportunity to think about long-term sustainable financing for these projects and support it. At the same time, they're going to be creating a community of practice of local restoration groups who then have the knowledge, the tools, the technical capacity to access additional funding. So really it's that groundwork done with the small actors, sometimes small grant size, to really do that catalytic and that de-risking work to then attract that additional and more mature capital or the public funding.
I just want to jump in on this conversation and recognize the value of philanthropy in our success in California. So I lead the state's 30 by 30 initiative, which was kicked off in 2020, signed by an executive order by our governor. We made that commitment. And as part of that commitment, we really wanted to work with all of California to understand how to deliver that goal. We didn't want just a central government plan. And philanthropy stepped in and helped us shape a year-long engagement process where we were able to connect with people all over the state, find out what their lessons learned were for us, and give us their advice on how to shape this effort. And so we, government can't do it at this scale. We can do engagement, but it's not as flashy as when philanthropy helps us. So we were able to do 17 public workshops in a year. Thousands of people were reached. We stood up a website with a survey. And at the same time, philanthropy was also working separate from us to create regional work groups that came together and collected their wisdom into sort of one. They would write letters together so that they were stronger with one voice. And that engagement is ongoing through a group called Power in Nature at California that is continuing to engage with us through this process. And then finally, philanthropy is helping us with our ongoing partnership, helping us convene people regularly, as well as we put on a full-day workshop, brought in several hundred people to kick off 30 by 30. And so philanthropy has been incredibly supportive in this process, and we couldn't be where we are without it. And to your point, it is nimble, and that's worth a lot.
All right, thanks. So one of the themes that seems cross-cutting across this conversation is the importance of partnerships. And so I'm going to ask each of you if you want to sort of reflect on what makes these partnerships work, both to empower local communities and municipalities or subnational actors, and to actually access the resources. So maybe I'll just start down at the end with you, Naomi, if you want to, and then go to Claude.
I think we have to be really intentional, ensuring that everyone has a seat at the table. I think a lot of times really great intention and ideas happen, And oftentimes we forget to have the voice at the table of those who are truly most impacted by the solutions and the challenges, and thinking that through together. And so when we think about these partnerships, we really have to be intentional in that area. The other thing that we look at is really leaning into where are our unique swim lanes and the things that we do best. And so if we're looking at a partnership with either another funder, or we're looking at a partnership with the local government, really understanding, well, what's philanthropy's role, or what is business role, and where can we take action and have impact, and know that through coordination, through trust building, through lots of communication and understanding, that we allow our partners to really accelerate in the roles and in the swim lanes that they have. So it's that leading with trust, but also leading with inclusivity.
I would like to just say I'll second that. I think Naomi pretty much gave us the recipe for how good partnerships are built. And if I can just again use the Jeff examples, these platforms, these roundtables or global platforms that we develop as part of our programs, and this is not just for the sustainable cities. We have a regional platform on our Amazon Sustainable Landscapes. We have regional programs on just about every other program that we have. This is one way, I think, to achieve the goals and the recipe that Naomi put forth. In other words, you're bringing a vision, and whether it's a geography or a scale of a problem, where you're able to find solutions and places for all of the stakeholders that are in that geography or vision, which normally at a smaller scale would be confrontational. And by elevating the dialogue, you're bringing and you're allowing people to find creative solutions to what the interests of each of these parties is. Obviously, the private sector needs to make money, but it has to be sustainable, and it has to be positive on the environment, and so forth and so on. And so I think by creating these platforms, we're able to have a dialogue that is creative and is finding solutions. And then, as Naomi mentioned, each player at the table has a role to play. And in the case of the Jeff, we don't have all of the resources. We do have resources that can support some of the other players. And examples of this is that we can work with governments to create enabling conditions for new technologies to be put in place. We can fund the initial stages of these new technologies, which usually cost more, and for which the private sector normally does not want to fund that, because you have to get over this hump of funding so that the technology becomes affordable and more mainstream. And so those kinds of relationships, if they're understood and if they're done with a common objective, I think is kind of the basis for a lot of these partnerships. And that's been our experience in the case of the sustainable cities.
Yes, and times two. And I think from our experience, it helps when the state or the local government sets a vision, but then really intentionally, as you say, creates a space for all actors to join the conversation. And I think, too, that transparency is important, and regular communication, because as we all know, nature abhors a vacuum. So if we don't know what's going on, we start to fill in the gaps ourselves. So we've been actively working to regularly communicate with our stakeholders on the important work that we're doing. I'll pick another example across the state. We have a world-class marine protected area network that was developed through a science-driven, stakeholder inclusive process, and they continue to meet regularly across the state in collaboratives to work through managing those marine protected areas. It's not a one and done. It's an ongoing commitment to a long-term relationship. Partnership is how we get the work done. We can have the vision, but nothing happens without the individuals on the ground putting on their boots and picking up their shovel and making it happen.
I want to shift the conversation a little bit. So I'm going to start with you. Back to one of the original questions was, how do we scale the investment in nature-based solutions, right? We know the importance of increasing greenery for a whole variety of reasons, from managing water runoff and managing increasing storm issues, managing flooding, also for the human health benefits and for the equity benefits. So, and we know what do you see as the mechanisms to be able to increase the investment in natural resources and increase greenery in cities? Like, what's working in California? And then I'm going to ask the other, like, what else could we be doing?
One of the things that we focus on is looking for those multiple benefits whenever we can, which allows us to access multiple funding opportunities. And I know we were talking backstage about the federal funding that's come through the Inflation Reduction Act and the Infrastructure and Jobs Act, IIJA. So there's a lot of federal money, there's a lot of state money, and they're all sort of in different kinds of programs. So if you can create projects that have, benefits for biodiversity, benefits for water recharge, we can reconnect rivers to the floodplain and improve water supply. That allows us to tap into multiple funding sources that may all have a slightly different color and build that larger program at scale. So we've been thinking about that a lot, is how can we create these projects that tap into multiple benefits. And I will say, we're asking the land to do more and more with less, in a way. So we need to be looking to multiple benefits whenever we're doing these nature-based projects.
So, Claude, I was going to ask you if you could reflect on the Jeff's portfolio and the Jeff experience in helping to scale up nature-based solutions. I think some of the work Jeff's been doing around supporting water funds, right? Improvements in upper watershed management as a cost-effective way to improve water quality in cities, or some of the work, like the really innovative work Jeff is supporting around coral reef insurance, right? Or the work that's supported around mangrove restoration, all kinds of really innovative nature-based solutions to deal with coastal flooding or water quality protection, variety of ecosystem services that nature provide for cities.
Yes, and you've mentioned perhaps our best example, which are our best examples, which are done in collaboration with TNC, which is great work that you guys have been executing. In the case of cities, and perhaps focusing a little bit on that, since this is about cities, but also about biodiversity, which, as I mentioned previously, is not intuitively linked together. These two topics are not intuitively linked together as being part of the same solution. But in the Sustainable Cities program that we've been running, we have some great examples of where certain cities have focused on nature-based solutions, and more specifically on producing biodiversity benefits. In one of the cities in Chennai in India, we have part of the investments are going into restoring a lake ecosystem part of the urban area for providing a lot of these vital ecosystem services. In Freetown, we have urban reforestation initiatives to reconnect fragments of forest. And on a personal note, I live in Washington, D.C., and Washington, D.C. was created originally with a very important green corridor that's now a park that runs from the downtown area right into the suburbs. And I can tell you from experience, my backyard gives on to this green ribbon, and the value of that for connectivity, for wildlife movement is tremendous. And so these are proven initiatives that if you invest a little bit in these nature-based solutions, you're not only creating, in this case, carbon storage and carbon stocks, but you're actually going to be able to create value for biodiversity. We also have two other kind of angles that I think we can bring to answering this question of scale. One is again, this global platform, which we open to other networks of city investments, whether it's the Rockefeller or others. And the purpose of this is, again, to kind of have a flow over of the experience of the Jeff, not that we have all the answers, but of our network into other networks of investment so that we can learn and hopefully achieve more as a result of that. And then lastly, one aspect of increasing the scale by realigning a lot of policies at the urban scale to be more coherent with environmental objectives. We hear a lot about perverse incentives in land use, in agriculture, and these are incentives that are perverse in the sense of that they're producing negative aspects or negative impacts on the environment. We can align some of these policies, whether it's at the national scale or at the urban scale, and aligning these at the urban scale in our cities program is really a focus, because you can achieve the same development objectives without having a negative impact or a perverse impact on the environment. And that's one way of saying, if you need to counter the impact of bad development on the environment, you're already starting with a negative budget. And so if you can eliminate that bad development, then you can actually have a positive impact, which is some way of scaling this up, because you're needing less resources to achieve the same kind of objective.
So I'll just pick up a little from there, and I'm reflecting a little bit on where philanthropy can be really powerful, which is when it's catalytic, and it can maybe not be so successful when it's really more of a charitable action, right? Where it's the right thing to do, not the right and smart thing to do. And so we think about investments that develop and deliver other co-benefits. And so thinking about cities in particular, in the United States, for better or worse, if you look at a map of tree cover, you can basically map it to wealth and race, right? It is, you look in with tree equity scores, the wealthiest neighborhoods have 65% more tree cover. When you look at neighborhoods that are majority community of color, you're looking about 33% less tree cover than majority white neighborhoods. And what you end up with is essentially these urban heat islands where we are cooking our citizens, and you create these conditions, particularly when you look at our most vulnerable communities, where you're having increased risks across health, all kinds of additional challenges that come through it, and yet we have trees which create the nature's air conditioner, right? And you have this opportunity. But if we were just to put trees in and that, yes, there would be benefits, but thinking about the other factors and the other drivers, particularly around the economics of it and the job creation. So we've been supporting American Forests on their tree equity program, which is not just restoring and adding trees and supporting the biodiversity of the urban centers, but they're thinking about job creation, and particularly thinking about the BIPOC community and how you create jobs and sustainable livelihoods in urban forestry. So again, creating the right thing, but really the smart thing, the thing that's going to drive and support the vitality and the vibrancy and the longevity of our cities through these types of investments.
So I'm going to try and pivot the conversation a little bit one more time, but this has been super fruitful. One of the concepts that's come up in a related conversation we were having yesterday on subsidy issues was the notion of, and this gets to Claude's point about, we spend more money harming nature than we do supporting it, right? And if you can change those perverse incentives, you get potentially a double benefit. The concept that came up there was this mutual signaling, the notion that governments are going to go so far and then they need to make sure they've got the private sector with them, and vice versa. The private sector is going to go so far and they're going to look to make sure that the regulatory environment is keeping up with them so they don't get too far out ahead of their competitors. So to frame that conversation on mutual signaling, what are the 2 or 3 things that municipalities or subnational governments should be doing to help drive more investment in biodiversity conservation and restoration? And what do they need to see from the private sector? Because ultimately that's where much greater sources of money is. We all know at the moment, the majority of money on biodiversity conservation is spent by governments. It's public funding. The big pools that are out there that are untapped that we're all trying to figure out how to mobilize is in the private sector. So what do you think the government should be doing to both put the money in the right place, but sort of incentivize and drive the private sector to be able to come in? What's that signal that the governments could be sending, and what do the governments need to hear from the private sector to help drive further investment in nature-based solutions? Well, I was going to start with you on what signals do the governments need to cite here, and then I'm going to come to Naomi as well. Yeah.
You know, the way I think about it sometimes is people want to be on the winning team, just simply, right? And so we want to demonstrate success. We want to demonstrate that you can have economic growth and you can protect biodiversity. And then once we've started that conversation, we can get deeper into why protecting biodiversity is actually better for their bottom line. In California, I will say, you know, one of the incentives that we have is that we require mitigation as part of development. So if you take an acre of habitat, we often require that you restore 2. And so that actually creates an incentive to avoid harming the habitat in the first place. And we work on a program called Cutting Green Tape, which is about accelerating restoration through efficiencies in our policies and our approaches to permitting those and funding those. But you can demonstrate that you can actually get your permit more quickly if you just avoid the harm in the first place, if you don't start off in a hole that you have to now dig out of. So we work really hard with, and I think California has been very successful on this front, working with developers in particular to avoid problems and protect biodiversity at the front end so that projects are better designed and better, more sustainable for the future.
I'm just going to comment, for the biodiversity convention wonks in the room, what you're talking about was codified at the last COP as Decision 14.3 on mainstreaming in the infrastructure sector, right? But it was all about adoption of the mitigation hierarchy. Avoid, minimize, offset. So great to see that California is actually doing that, even though you're not a party, because you're a subnational. But that's what the CBD has been endorsing, is how we start mainstreaming infrastructure development into a biodiversity-friendly context.
Well, that's exciting.
So Naomi, let me ask you to sort of reflect on this question of the mutual signaling. What does the private sector need to hear? And I realize you're on the philanthropic side of Salesforce, but I'll note Salesforce has endorsed the Make It Mandatory campaign, right? The notion that there's a whole coalition of companies out there that have agreed that we should make it mandatory for companies to disclose their risks and dependencies and impacts on nature, and ultimately set targets to reduce those impacts over time and increase their positive aspects, right? It's borrowing a page from the net zero world in climate. So just to sort of think, like, what's the right regulatory environment to help scale up what you're doing with philanthropy, but get beyond philanthropy ultimately?
Yeah, absolutely. So we joined 330 other companies and financial institutions to support the Make It Mandatory campaign. I mean, at the baseline, the idea is, you know, what gets measured matters. And right now, you know, it is each region, each municipality, there's all kinds of different levels of requirements or not. And when you think about the business environment, having that clarity, having the clear signal of what does matter, what should be tracking towards. And I would say, you know, for Salesforce, it's one thing. We have a very mature climate action strategy, which includes nature. But that's us. But when we think about the generation of the next companies, the growing companies, the tech sector, the sort of wave that's coming, it's not as clear. And most of the people are sitting within the seats looking at the sustainability programs. It's 1 and 2, maybe 3 people working on those teams, and they're doing all the work to advocate within the company and to get other parts of the supply chain or different parts of the product departments. And so the more clarity, the more expectations, and the ease with which we make it is going to allow the business community to drive and support this action. But in lack of that clarity, everyone charts their own path, and that's where we get that fragmentation.
Thanks. Fragmentation, not a good thing. Not for habitats, not in business sustainability. Claude, let me come to you, which is, where do you see the right signals from the Jeff in terms of the evolution of the city's program? I know as the Jeff, as the implementing agency, or as the financial mechanism of the convention, can't be advocating actively, but you could share some lessons on how we start scaling up these solutions.
Yes, and I think the GEF is it is public resources that are also unique and can complement obviously the private philanthropy and the private sector. And that's been kind of part of the fabric of the GEF since we were created in 1992, of providing resources to countries to create innovative approaches to environmental solutions as a broad statement. And so we don't have the resources, for example, to allow countries or to fund countries to protect all of their biodiversity and clean up all of their water and so forth. But we do have resources to put certain investments in place that will demonstrate how to do this in an innovative fashion, which hopefully, in the case of what we're talking about now and bringing in the private sector and private philanthropy in cities, will demonstrate that there are approaches that are more efficient, more effective, and more cost effective, especially when we're talking about nature-based solutions. And that's something that we build into the program so that hopefully it is sending that signal both to other governments, other urban governments, but also to the other stakeholders so that they can start to see where their resources can actually complement and advance these agendas to larger scale. That represents the bulk of our resources, 96% of our replenishment resources. We do have a small window of financing, which is for blended finance, which is specifically to bring in the private sector and fund projects that follow those same criteria or those same characteristics of demonstrating innovation, getting new technologies over the financial hump, or de-risking investments that otherwise would not be made because no one wants to pay that premium that it costs to invest in these kinds of private sector projects. So I think we have a particular role to play, and that innovation and that creativity and that demonstration is where we hope governments and other players can actually take those lessons and move them forward. And I think the cities program and its evolution is showing a lot of this. And as I mentioned, we have a yearly gathering of mayors, which has been a tremendous event and opportunity for that kind. And it's mayors that drive this, but all other stakeholders are at the table, including the private sector. And our governing board, our council, 7 or 8 years ago, really pushed the GEF Secretariat to look at the role of the private sector, even though we don't fund the private sector directly except through this blended finance window, to really invest in seeing how we can bring the private sector to be a major player in creating these solutions, whether it's in the Amazon or in sustainable cities. And so we have a role, and we've been trying to play that role of being kind of the honest broker between the investments that are made with the public resources that we have to governments and making sure that the other players are at the table and that they can hopefully learn and teach us as well what they need in terms of the enabling environments.
So, Jennifer, I want to come to you because I want to follow up on your question about the importance of upfront planning. A couple of years ago, the Inter-American Development Bank came out with a really interesting report in the infrastructure sector, and they were looking at all of the infrastructure projects that had failed or been delayed and why in 40 years of their history. And they came to a very simple conclusion. It was when they didn't do the upfront planning and ran into problems with either people being displaced or environmental resources being run down, right? If there was a large negative social impact or a large environmental impact, people went and protested, things got delayed, projects didn't happen, or the costs got much higher. So the implication was, if you can do the upfront planning first and eliminate from your portfolio the most environmentally and socially damaging or controversial projects and just do the ones that have more support, you can reduce the regulatory burden, you can reduce the time to delivery, you get a higher ROI. They were starting to see some signals in some municipalities where they were working where the capital markets were starting to acknowledge that, and that cities that did the upfront planning were actually able to borrow cheaper because there was a recognition that they could get the projects done faster and better and wouldn't get caught up in years and years of litigation. But that was still a hypothesis last time I talked to the IDB. But I'm just curious, in your experience in California, are you actually seeing that? Are there some examples out there where doing the planning upfront and doing it right not only leads to a better and faster outcome, but is also cheaper from a financial perspective? Is there a double win here?
100%. And my experience is it's in development projects largely, so I'll speak to that. In California, we have, and nationally this exists as well, we have natural community conservation planning, which essentially does what you're describing. There's upfront planning of where you want your development, where are the important places to conserve. And there's a commitment and an agreement made with the regulatory agencies for that entire plan. So you go slow to go fast. Those take a while because they require inclusive process. They require you to work with your community about, where actually we want to have development. There are problems with these processes in that not all the voices are at the table, but it's still a really good model for being much more strategic rather than haphazard about where we do our development and where we do our protection. So we end up with larger blocks of habitat, more effective biodiversity conservation, but also for the business side, really fast permitting. So I worked in an area, a growing residential area just outside of Sacramento, and we created a permitting process where the developer walked into the planning department. If they followed the rules that were laid out in this plan that anybody could read at any time, they could get all 6 permits they needed from all the regulatory agencies in one-stop shop. They wrote their check for mitigation and they were done. And so we've learned in California that upfront investment can then accelerate the housing we need when the time is right, when the economy is ready, because the cycles mean you have to be ready to go when the money's there. So it's been a really effective approach for us.
No, it's good to see the examples in the biodiversity world, because we've seen it somewhat in the renewable energy world, where as an environmental organization, we're usually in the position of saying no, but having engaged in some of those upfront planning processes around renewable energy planning and to be able to say, here's the 10% where we can say yes, and then that significantly speeds the regulatory approval process. I want to say permitting is sexy, but permitting is one of the major blockages to deployment of renewable energy and deployment of some of these natural infrastructures. So anything that you can do to streamline that, I think reduces costs and is actually a huge opportunity.
And you made the point about litigation. When we agree to these plans, the opportunity to sort of protest it is in one spot and it's done. And so we've worked through the process with the community, and then each individual project doesn't go through that itself. So it's the permitting and it's also the buy-in by the region and the community and the approval by the state. It's very valuable.
Thanks. I don't know if either of you want to comment on that. If not, all right. If not, then because we're getting close to the hour, so I want to go through a final lightning round. And just Naomi, what's the 1 or 2 most important things, sort of next things that Salesforce could or should be doing to help scale investment in nature-based solutions for municipalities and subnationals?
So we are looking into blended finance. We want to be very intentional around coordinating of finance and nature capital and thinking about how we can use our intervention, our capital at the right stage, which has additional funding ready to go when the projects are ready to scale. And so we'll be looking into some additional options on that.
Thanks. So Claude, same lightning round, same question. What are the 1 or 2 most important or most impactful next steps that the Jeff can be doing?
In the case of cities, what we've learned really, what we started out doing was to find one avenue of sustainable cities approach to get cities interested in using Jeff resources to start down that pathway. What we've learned now is that that's great, but now we need to move to the next scale, which is basically funding cities to start developing integrated sustainability plans. And as Naomi mentioned, the planning money is not sexy. It's usually the hardest one, the hardest resources to get. But we have those resources that instead of trying to fund the the application of new technology in all the buildings in a city, we prefer, and because we couldn't do that with the resources we have, we prefer to fund the actual planning of this in an integrated fashion. So a whole of government approach in urban context to really lay the groundwork for other investments at the public level at cities, but also to get the private sector in there. And secondly, making sure that we have all the stakeholders engaged. Because again, this is something that at the right scale, whether it's at the city scale or at the global scale, we've learned that by having all the stakeholders at the table, it doesn't ensure that we will get to the solution, but it ensures that we're going to avoid not getting there in some fashion. And I think that's a big lesson that we've learned.
Same question to you. Wait, what's the most important or impactful one or two next things that California could be doing to scale biodiversity in cities?
Well, as a government, of course, we're responsive to our citizens, right? So when we set our budgets, when we establish our policies, it's in response to the challenges and opportunities that exist in our state. So we've done that. So first, we want to show success with the funds that have been allocated. It's a tremendous, unprecedented amount of money that we want to show success. We want to spend it smart. We want to spend it with equity, but get it done and again, show that you can be on the winning team. But as a government person, I want to give a shout out to the folks here and say that, nature is incredibly popular. So your legislators, your governors, your elected leaders, they need to hear from you, because that puts wind in the sails of those that are your champions in your legislatures, who are your champions in state government, that they should keep moving and that those investments are valued by the citizens. So I would say, lift up the voices of those around us and help grow the movement that we all need to make sure we solve the crisis.
Thanks. All right, I'm just going to wrap up with real quick, but I appreciate all of the thoughtful inputs here. I'm going to go with that tagline of nature is popular, right? And I'll go even further, is in an increasingly divided world, nature unites us. It's one of the things that we can invest in for all the reasons that bring us here. I heard a couple of key messages here. One is definitely around the importance of partnerships in working together from different sectors to get things done. Two, the super importance of planning. And here I'm going to, for those following the negotiations, there's a reason why Target 1, out of 22 targets on the table in the GBF, Target 1 is about integrated land use and seascape planning, right? That's the basis for understanding how we manage the 30% we want to protect and the 70% we want to improve. And then the third piece around permitting, right? Again, this is wonky stuff, but if you work in government, if you work at the local level, these are the processes to get things done, and there are ways to streamline that in order to accelerate cost-effective investment, right? But it goes back to, I'm going to end on the line that nature is popular, and we should be investing in more of it. So thank you again to the panel, and thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much. We invite you, if you wish to take a picture on stage, the four of you. Once again, thank you very much for those insights as we will be going on preparing for our next session. Is there a few words you'd like to say or to finish off, or are we good? We're good? Please, yes. Take that moment. Thank you again, those that are online as well as those that are here. Thank you so much for the engagement that you're creating. And it's really important to share this knowledge. And once again, share on the social media, not just the pictures, but also your insights. That's something that can be interesting. And for those that are right here, sometimes, we do have a lot of content. So take a breath, and it just feels good. It'll just reoxygenate your brain and just keep going. If you've been maybe in a position where we are sitting in that chair, just pulling back those shoulders, and just say it's my fault if you look weird. Just do that. Just pulling back those shoulders, even just standing up or moving a bit to the hips will do some good. There you go. I see Sir just saying, getting into that zone. There you go. So, changing that really does a body. There you even got some stretching. And if you're at home, do the same thing. You could even go, and you'll look strange, but you're at home, so nobody knows, unless you're at the office. Thank you. I can actually feel the energy. That's amazing. So we've got this thing going on right here. All right. We are getting ready in a few moments for our next presentations, and we've got lots of it going on in a few moments. But once again, just a little note, and this is really important because we've been going through these three acts, and we were talking about engaging, influencing, and acting. And basically, congratulations to all of you. I have a chance working as a master of ceremonies for different events, but seeing so much engagement and concentration, it's amazing watching. And this is something that I have had a chance to talk with the different colleagues as well on the other end, on the backstage. And what is interesting is seeing how much, once again, there is this interaction and this engagement, and how it's on a global message, how everyone is here. So give yourself a round of applause. Congratulations to all of you right here. And on this note, I'll be throwing out a challenge to you. I will invite you, you are now with your groups, you know who you are. Look at somebody you don't know and just say hello. Just say hello and connect. There you go. We'll be back in a few minutes with our next presentation. During that time, you better find somebody you don't know and get to meet them. We're back in a few moments. Dear delegates, delegates, I'd like to bring your attention towards towards the stage, and this is an important part. So I could say this is very important, but I'd want to put you in context, and also, at the same time, this gets you a chance to sit down and to write your last email, or basically to concentrate. As I was preparing for this section, I have the organizers coming up to me, and they looked me straight in the eye, and I'll be doing the same thing for you. This next portion right here, this next announcement, is something that is very important, and we want to stress this, and we invite you for your attention for this next part. So to test out, and we're going through these three stages where we're talking about acting, influencing, as well as engaging. I will engage you, and please tell me if you are present. Just a simple clap, just to make sure that you are there. Let's get some. Okay, do we have? Oh, we're engaged. We're engaged. Thank you. That was it. Simple. Thank you very much. We are heading now, once again, for that special announcement where we are talking about the Berlin Urban Pact. And to come join us to speak more about it, we have with us Germany CBD NFF Verena Klinger-Dering, as well as Head of Urban Agency, City of Paris, François Moreau. Round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. By solidarity with our colleagues of Montreal and Quebec, I will speak in French. Premièrement,
First of all, I'd like to thank Berlin, which has the city that has honored us and invited us to talk about the Urban Pact, the Berlin Urban Pact, that shows the importance to have regular relations between cities to create confidence. And this is what we are trying to do today during this summit. So we've joined this initiative, the Berlin Pact, with another dozen of European cities on a project that is very ambitious, with quantitative and clear targets regarding nature in cities. And this is the follow-up of what we've started with the Edinburgh Declaration. And the Scottish Environment Minister told us a couple of days ago at the beginning of the summit that that there are more than 300 local governments that have joined these initiatives, and also the 15 Montreal engagements that we've signed in Paris. So through our Parisian experience, to have ambitious targets and objectives, we need a political commitment, a political will, a very clear framework, and to have figures that are understood and committed to have a mandate for the teams to the implementation of these objectives. Because when we think of public spaces, there are a number of technical issues and resistance sometimes. I'll give you an example. In Paris, we've got targets set up by Anne Hidalgo during a second mandate. We've got 6 years to increase in Paris the number of trees by 30%. And we have, in the same time, to increase the area, the green area, by 20% in 6 years. So we need to find all the possible spaces, roofs, facades, streets, squares, in particular where people park their cars, because we want to reduce these parking spaces in Paris. This is one of our targets. So this is a way to get a greener city. So these are strong commitments towards citizens and stakeholders and actors. So this will allow to commit and to give incentives to all these actors with tangible results. So this commitment of all civil society actors is extremely important and key. And I'm giving you an example. All these numbers, figures are very important in Paris. We have, for example, we are serving 20 million meals to children in our schools, to elderly people. So we have voted a sustainable food plan for collective catering with 100 sustainable meals by 2027, organic agriculture, and local produce from 250 kilometers around Paris. So we need to have farmers on our side and actors of this good system to get away from the pesticides and fertilizers, chemical fertilizers. It's horrible for the soil. So once more, this is an example of clear commitment with figures so that everybody's involved and around the table to achieve these figures. And if this is done globally, and this is the target of the Berlin Pact, we are even stronger towards citizens and ecosystem stakeholders to justify the level of ambition that we have chosen. So this is a real lever for each one of our cities to justify our ambition. There is still a challenge in this pact, sharing targets with figures for each one of the cities that are going to join us. And it shouldn't be the lowest common denominator for each one of the cities. We have realities, geographic, historic realities. In Paris, we're working with 5 other cities in the world, this for the past few years, regarding the nature index. And one of these cities is Curitiba in Costa Rica. They are sharing with Paris the fact that we are one of the 2 cities in the world that are member of the UCN, and we are. This is a small city with a very ambitious strategy regarding greenery within the cities. It's much smaller than Paris, 5 times smaller. So we are sharing the same final targets, but our realities are very different, and the figures will be very different. So generally speaking, in developing countries, we can see that the number one challenge is to fight urban sprawling in a very dense city like Paris. It's in turn the issue is to reconquer parks, to have more plants, more green spaces with very specific targets we need to work on. In the framework of the Berlin Pact. So this is an invite to all of you in the name of Berlin and all the stakeholders mobilized within this pact for us to be more, to have more of us to work on this document, which is very well developed already. So I invite you in 2023 to join us to follow this work together. And I thank you very much for your attention. And the next speaker will take the floor now.
Distinguished Mayor of Montreal Plante, distinguished Mr. Moran, cher François, distinguished mayors, representatives of subnational governments and cities, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to be here today and would like to thank ICLE for inviting me to the 7th Summit of Subnational Governments and Cities. On behalf of the city of Berlin, which unfortunately cannot be here today, I would like to thank you, François, as representative of Paris, for stepping up and joining in on this special occasion today, together with your sister city, Berlin. This reflects the true spirit of solidarity and unity among local governments that we can all feel so strongly here at the summit. As you all know, we are currently in the final, very intensive stages of shaping the new post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, the GBF. Following its adoption, it will be up to each and every one of us to initiate the implementation of the GBF with no further delay and make it a success story. The implementation of the GBF will not be possible without subnational governments and cities taking responsibility and actively participating in this process. As part of the Edinburgh Declaration, led by the Scottish Government, over 270 cities and municipalities and over 30 additional supporters around the world, mostly national governments, have already committed to actively engage in shaping the GBF, and so have we. Germany has endorsed the Edinburgh Declaration on 17 June 2021, and more than 20 German cities and municipalities have joined. Some of the local governments are already going a step further. And in this context, I look forward with great anticipation to the Mayor of Montreal's announcement of the Montreal Pledge this afternoon. The pledge demonstrates the leadership and ambition of the city of Montreal and of cities around the world to act swiftly for biodiversity and influence their partners to do the same. When we all will leave Montreal, the responsibility to implement the GBF will lie with all of us. I am therefore very pleased to be able to co-present the initiative of the Berlin Urban Nature Pact now on behalf of Berlin. This initiative supports the ambitious implementation of the GBF in front-runner cities with smart targets and thoroughly considered implementation principles. The city of Berlin, in close collaboration with Ecological and a number of cities worldwide, has prepared a first draft of the Berlin Urban Nature Pact. This draft lays out 12 commitments with concrete and measurable targets that are based on the Edinburgh Declaration's action plan and on the Montreal Pledge. The pact is supposed to make a strong contribution to transformative change in the realm of local governments and cities towards the goals of the GBF, as well as to supporting each other in the process. To further shape the design of the Berlin Pact, a series of additional consultation workshops are planned for the first semester of 2023. I am pleased to invite, on behalf of the City of Berlin, all interested cities and subnational governments to participate in this inclusive consultation process and join us in signing the initiative in the coming year in Berlin. Please feel free to approach ICLEI or us if you are interested in actively contributing in shaping this pact. I'm particularly pleased that Paris, Montreal, and other cities have shown great interest in joining Berlin in this process. Together, we can send a strong message on the implementation of the GBF and the subnational plan of action. To conclude my remarks, I would like to announce the upcoming exchange on the Berlin Pact during COP15 at the Subnational Pavilion on Thursday, 15 December from 3:30 to 5 p.m. I very much hope that collectively we will use the opportunities of the GBF to take responsibility and initiate the necessary transformative change at all levels of government. Together, we can send a strong message on the implementation of the GBF and the subnational plan of action. It's time to act. Let's act together. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. If you would like to take the opportunity to head on the center just to take a picture as this is an important moment, you're more than welcome. Just heading off in the center stage right there to take a picture. And we are getting ready on our end. Thank you very much for your engagement. Thank you for just being present. It's important, and thank you once again. We are getting ready right after the pictures. And once again, if you are at home, please do not hesitate to share through the social media as well those that are here. We have that hashtag with 7th Summit COP15, which you can use that on the different social media. We got a packed afternoon. We do have time to also breathe in between, which will be coming up in a few moments, as well as a few announcements. And we have our official photographers right there. So once again, we've had a lot of discussions on those three themes, and we'll be inviting you also to be mindful, whatever theme or whatever motivates you to keep on as we're going with ACT, Engage, as well as Influence. Heading off now for our next session, Generation Restoration, as mayors call for financing nature-based solution in cities. And we'd like to invite our panelists as well as our moderator and speaker, Sharon Gill, to please come and join us. So Sharon will be coming to join us. And as well as we have any speakers or panelists, you're more than welcome to come and join us as well. Will you be taking the podium? You're sitting over there. Take your spot right over there. And we're starting this off once again with Generation Restoration, Mayor's Call for Financing a Nature-Based Solution with Sharon Gill.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This 20-minute session will focus on why urban ecosystems are important to the UN Decade on Ecosystems Restoration and how we can unlock finance to make restoration happen in cities. So I will be joined today by my colleague, Natalia Alexieva, the coordinator of the UN Decade on Ecosystems Restoration, and the Honorable Minsa Kabanda, the Minister for Kampala, Capital City and Metropolitan Affairs, which is under the Office of the President of Uganda. We will also be joined remotely by Lord Mayor Sally Capp, Lord Mayor of Melbourne, Australia. So let me start with an intervention from Natalia. Natalia, over to you to give a bit of context to the session.
Thank you very much, Sharon. I'm so pleased to be here and see all the audience. And we know that it's much more people joining us online. Thank you for being with us. I would like to underline, based on several discussions before already, that there is a growing recognition among cities around the world that investing in nature is fundamental to take climate action and ecosystem restoration. And these are essential for the ecosystem services in order to leave the cities, move us, and really let us also have our livelihoods in place. I would like to underline that according to the UNEP's State of Finance for Nature report, which was issued very recently, current finance flows to nature-based solutions must double by 2025 and triple by 2030. So yes, we're here to discuss and see how we move on and how we join the forces. So I would like to say that as UNEP, of course, and as also UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, which is co-led by UNEP and FAO, we're really aiming to work more with cities and make this direct finance available for stronger partnerships with national governments and private sector. And you've heard already maybe that last Saturday, 15 mayors from around the world launched a joint call for increased financing for nature-based solutions and ecosystem-based approaches to support and accelerate their efforts. And here, I would like to thank the mayor of Barranquilla, the deputy mayor of Paris, and the secretary for the environment of Mexico City for carrying this message on their behalf. So that's really, really great action. And of course, we're looking for others, of course, to join and rally the call. A bit more specifically, they've been asking for a reform of our existing financial infrastructure to allow greater access to funding. Plus, of course, national governments to facilitate greater access to public finance for local action. Also, private sector to be a partner in knowledge, data, and action, and of course, funding. And inclusive co-design with key stakeholders in cities and regions, community leaders, and knowledge partners, of course. So that's hopefully all these actions would make things moving in a scaling up manner and joining forces. And then we will shortly hear also the testimony of two of these champion cities, Melbourne and Miami-Dade, and what it takes to commit the city to protect nature. Additionally, I would like also maybe to, in support of the call, along with ICLEI, C40, and the World Economic Forum, Global Environmental Facility, Climate Policy Initiative, and the University of Pennsylvania, I would like really to call attention to all the actions around the call and to support this call in the practical elements. And just to demonstrate how these elements are unpacking, for example, we just recently started to work more in terms of linking UN Decade of Ecosystem Restoration with Urban Agenda. And we're really thankful to the German government to support the new project, really trying to link generation restoration, which is the UN Decade movement, with urban agenda, with greening urban ecosystems, with enabling policymakers, practitioners, business, finance institutions to promote ecosystem restoration in cities. So we will be working for the next 3 years on restoration opportunities in cities, highlighting the benefits that investing in restoration can bring. And then, of course, we will be working to come out with the ways to close the investment gap in cities. And cities, which are both actually a driver of ecosystem degradation and vulnerable to it, would be a particular focus of the project. So we're looking forward to work on this, and of course, as said, to linking different agendas together to make things happening on the ground. And just to continue, maybe that based on this mayor's call, we hope that these activities and kind of messages would be then be brought to Davos at the World Economic Forum annual meeting next month. And of course, there would be also a lot of other opportunities to expand and hopefully make things happening. Let me to conclude by thanking ICLEI and co-organizers of this summit on behalf of UNEP and the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration for the leadership and efforts in bringing cities and regions at the forefront of COP15. We look forward to continue working with you and linking, of course, UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration with Urban Agenda and with financing for the nature-based solutions. And I'm sure that together we will make a difference. Thank you. Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you, Natalia. And with that framing, I'd like to take us to different parts of the world now to try and understand what we mean by innovative financing and what can be done with it, starting with a video from Lord Mayor Sally Capp of Melbourne, Australia.
Hello, COP15. It's Sally Capp, Lord Mayor of Melbourne here. Here in the city of Melbourne, we are fiercely proud and protective of our biodiversity. As a capital city, we're not always thought of for our natural environment, but our municipality is home to over 239 species of birds, 12 species of reptiles, 18 species of mammals, 7 species of frogs, 1,500 species of insects, and 31 species of fish. We have a vast tree population, 80,000 council-owned trees, worth more than $800 million. They are a defining part of Melbourne, and our parks and gardens, green open spaces, and tree-lined streets celebrate enormously the livability of our city thanks to nature. We need to protect our ecosystem. It's absolutely vital, and there are a number of ways that we are doing that here. Our Urban Forest Fund accelerates greening across the city by providing matched financial support to new private greening projects, including green spaces, tree planting, and biodiversity projects. The fund has recently provided for the transformation of a 17-storey rooftop car park into a thriving urban farm. To date, we've provided more than $1 million in funding to 6,126 square metres of green cover. Every dollar that the council invests, we know there's a 4-to-1 return on investment by investing in nature. Our Canopy Uplift program is about increasing the number of trees and improving growing conditions through our capital works projects that ultimately deliver more green canopy cover in our city. We make sure that developers are funding also new trees, and replacing public trees and planting new ones is very important in terms of new development in our city. We're delighted to be working with other levels of government and the private sector to fund nature-based solutions. And top of the list is our city shaping project, Greenline, that's received funding from the Australian federal government as well. It will transform 4 kilometres of the north bank of our major river to improve biodiversity, ecology and canopy cover and bring wildlife to our river's edge. Thank you for taking the time to hear a little bit about what we are doing to fund nature-based solutions here in marvellous Melbourne. I wish you a productive COP15.
Thank you, Mayor Sally. I would just like to acknowledge that the City of Melbourne, under the leadership of Lord Mayor Cap, is the city that actually initiated this call and brought together the 15 cities, champion cities for this call. We now move on to another part of the world and to hear about the experience of Kampala and how a restructuring was able to significantly increase the budget of the city. So I would like to introduce the Honorable Minsa Kabanda, Minister of Kampala. Madam Minister, over to you.
Thank you very much. I'm the Minister for Kampala, like she has said. Good afternoon, everybody. For those of you who do not know Uganda and the capital city, Kampala, Kampala is the capital city of Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. Kampala capital city and the metropolitan area is situated on the edge of Lake Victoria and covering an area of 189 square miles. Uganda is home to 11% of the world's birds species, as well as homes to half of the mountain gorilla population in the world. However, 25% of the country's biodiversity has become extinct as a result of deforestation, rapid population growth, human encroachment, poaching, and agriculture. Kampala is also a regional business hub for neighboring countries like the Democratic Republic of Congo, Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, and others. All local, regional, and international commodity distribution for import and export trade goes through the city. That is the city of Kampala. Today, Kampala capital city and the metropolitan area is home to 4 million people. This population is projected to grow to between 8 to 10 million people over the next 3 decades. Today, Kampala capital city and the metropolitan, the growth of Kampala creates pressure on its periphery. We have issues such as unsustainable settlement patterns, inefficient resource use, and unsustainable transport modes, Industrialization has increased over the years, creating a huge demand for land, with over 50% of Uganda's industries located in Kampala. Given the challenges of population explosion, environmental issues, and the need to provide basic services, Kampala needed to be a pioneer in innovative funding solutions. We therefore restructured our government system in 2010 to allow for the better multi-level governance. Up to the year 2010, Kampala capital city was entirely managed by a local council unit called Kampala City Council. This operated largely on a budget with monies raised from a small revenue collection base and a few government grants. The KCC annual budget hardly went above 40 billion. That is approximately $10 million. The government structure was changed to bring the national government closer to the city's administration and also to increase government's funding obligations to the city. The new act, called the Kampala Capital City Act 2010, introduced an executive director as the head of the technical wing and the full ministry, my current position, in charge of the capital city and the metropolitan area, which covers the capital and 3 neighboring districts. As a result of this change, by 2013-2014, Kampala capital city budget had risen by 86% to over 250 billion Uganda shillings to date. The KCC annual budget is over 400 billion Uganda shillings, that is 100 million US dollars approximately. The improved technical and economic performance at KCCA return generated confidence, trust, and involvement by the financial institutions like banks, the private sector, the academia, the general public, and international organizations. We work closely with national government and are aligned with key agreements that Uganda is committed to, such as the National Development Plan 2, the National Climate Change Policy and Strategy. We support the country in its commitments to the Paris Agreement and other global environmental agreements. Kampala reorganizes that planning is a key to the restoration of the city's ecosystem, as it provides for the framework within which meaningful interactions of the various components of an ecosystem can be achieved. At the city and subnational local government level, initiatives such as the Kampala Capital City Authority Development Plan, Kampala Climate Change Action, that is KCCA, strategy, which are flagship programs aimed at mainstreaming climate change response and ecosystem restoration in all city services, have been rolled out under the KCCA where we are. Planting 2 million trees in the city and the metropolitan area, in addition to a broader greening program. Reclaiming our wetland and preventing further encroachment. Exploring better connectivity to the neighboring cities to ensure long-term sustainable growth and to avoid them making the mistakes that Kampala made. But we would like to do more. We in Kampala, like many other cities around the world, would like better access to funding so that we can implement more broadly the Kampala Climate Change Action and Ecosystem Restoration Strategy. We support the call for financing nature for sustainable cities and regions and look forward working with partners here today to ensure that we are protecting our biodiversity and safeguarding the overall well-being of our population. I thank you very much, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. It's really amazing how two cities from different parts of the world have shared strategies for financing, and it captures our imagination what things can be done with just slight changes in the structure or additional financing from the national government. We only have time for those two cities today, but we would be very happy to share more information on this call and on the actions that will happen in the next 3 years under the Generation Restoration Project. We have an event on the 13th, and we will also be celebrating Restoration Day tomorrow. Natalia, if you want to share just a few things about the day.
Definitely. I would be happy to see you tomorrow at Rio Pavilion for the Restoration Day, which is starting actually from breakfast and going all time till the reception. And the aim of this day was to present the decade activities and of course see also how we build on different partners, let's say, initiatives and all the developments around in order really to make generation restoration happening. Because the decade is running for 10 years, of course, 2 years are gone. So we have quite limited time to achieve the goals and get also all the restoration targets hopefully implemented. And we're really in a rally, so we're hoping for your support and your deep engagement. So see you tomorrow at the Restoration Day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for staying.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You may head off towards the center to take a picture so we can share this as well. Dear delegates, we are heading off now for lunchtime. Time to take a break, time to re-energize. We'd like to remind you that the room is 710B. That is on the 7th floor. Lunches are kindly provided, and of course, there are many shops and restaurants in the Palais. Now, for our next section, the transformative change we want to bring for GBF implementations, that will be at 2 o'clock. So at 2 o'clock will be our next session. We invite you to join us around 1:50 for our next session to get your place and get ready. Once again, thank you very much. For those that are at home or watching us online, thank you for your presence as well. And we'll be back at 2 o'clock with our next session. Thank you. Have a great lunch.